Chapter 2019. Experts were dispatched one after another. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a purple brocade robe shook his head and then drank. He was the first dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan. He shook his head because he thought that Lin Ling was dreaming. Not only him, but the entire manor was silent. Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many big shots here, they would have laughed out loud. They were laughing at Lin Ling for not seeing through himself. Although Lin Ling was the son of desolation, the Xianyuan clan had existed for a longer time and was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. Lin Ling wanted to destroy the Xianyuan clan, but it was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. Hee, who do you think you are? You think you can kill just because you say so? A young man in the crowd muttered to himself. If one looked carefully, he was the leader of the Xian Di 10 heroes, Long Yinfeng. He was also the 3rd dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan. Long Yinfeng was just his code name. Hee, who am I? Lin Ling laughed. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed. However, I will kill whoever I say. Under the slash, the space exploded. Long Yinfeng's eyes narrowed as he realized that Lin Ling's strength had increased since their last meeting. He wasn't even Lin Ling's opponent last time, let alone now. He pointed at Lin Ling, and without saying anything, his head flew into the air. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. In fact, what he wanted to say before his death was that if he knew that Lin Ling would really attack, he wouldn't have said anything. Impudent. Prince Xiaoyao's side was furious. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond their imagination. Bang. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was a legend of the Grand Xianyuan domain. She definitely had to come out to oversee the situation. She smashed the wine cup in her hand on the ground and stood up. Who gave you the courage? Prince Xiaoyao and the rest sneered when they saw the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother speak. They also wanted to see who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so. Today, if you don't give us an explanation, even if you are the son of Huang, you can forget about leaving. Another person spoke. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. As for the number 1 dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan, he was still drinking and didn't seem worried at all. However, Lin Ling smiled again and clapped his hands. The 7 kings, the clan leaders of the supreme clans, and the Empress Lord of the Eternal Palace all stepped forward. I wonder if that's enough? Several voices rang out at the same time, causing all the people who were drinking to stop what they were doing. 7 emperors? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the rest had already seen the 7 emperors, but they didn't expect them to support Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was here to kill. As the experts above Lin Ling, shouldn't they be reprimanding Lin Ling? Who dares to stop me from killing Xianyuan? Seeing everyone's gloomy face, Lin Ling spoke again. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so angry that her body trembled. Rebellion, this was absolutely rebellion. Lin Ling was forcing her to hand over the girl. If she were to agree to a junior's demand, what face would she have left? Moreover, the experts from the Slaughter Sect, Sky Clan, and the immortal sovereign tribe of the Myriad Saint Realm also thought the same. If Lin Ling succeeded, they would be slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Therefore, they couldn't allow Lin Ling to be arrogant. This is your husband? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother asked coldly. Heavenly Mother, we are grateful for your kindness, but we will follow our husband. Today, we will support our husband's decision. Even if we go to hell, we will follow him. Yu and Anyuer spoke at the same time. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother became even angrier. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. 7 emperors, Lin Ling is one of your people. Are you not going to teach him a lesson for being so arrogant? The experts from the Myriad Saint Realm shouted. If you don't teach him a lesson, then we will teach him a lesson for you. Someone else spoke. Although the 7 emperors supported Lin Ling and were somewhat afraid of Lin Ling, if one looked carefully, the experts from the 7 emperors weren't strong enough for them to fight head-on. Those who kill will be killed by others. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is going to become a legend in the mortal world and proclaim himself as an emperor. Sovereign Li Shou said indifferently. Emperor. Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling becoming a legend in the mortal world? This meant that Lin Ling's status was above them? In your dreams, the giants of the mortal world roared. If Lin Ling became a legend, then killing Xin Yuan wouldn't be a problem. Obviously, Lin Ling had shocked everyone today. You are not welcome here. Get lost immediately. If you provoke us, then we will fight. Emperor Xiaoyao spoke as well. In truth, if Lin Ling had come alone, then he would definitely kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed his disciple. However, he didn't dare to do so now because he would have to face the experts of the 7 emperors if he were to fight Lin Ling. This kind of battle was very dangerous. Even he had to be careful. Get lost. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he knew that many people here were involved in the massacre. However, Lin Ling only knew the ancient Ji family and Xianyuan clan. Today, he had to destroy the Xianyuan clan. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? The sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he slashed down fiercely. Rumble. The sword light was like a crescent moon, destroying all the banquets in the manor. Wine splattered everywhere and splashed all over the giants of the mortal world. Moreover, some of the weaker ones were screaming and lying on the ground, trembling. That sword strike had clearly frightened them badly. Let me tell you, today, you will have to hand them over whether you want to or not. I, Lin Ling, have become a legend in the mortal world. Those who dare to touch my family will be killed. Lin Ling pointed the ancient sword at the giants of the mortal world. In fact, he was declaring to the entire mortal world that he was a legend. This guy is bold. Emperor Li Shou and the others nodded secretly. Lin Ling should do this. Otherwise, no one would be afraid of him. You are courting death. Over at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's side, everyone's face was distorted. They didn't care about Lin Ling's arrogance and told him to get lost. However, Lin Ling was simply crazy. Not only did he not want to hand over the disciples, he even dared to disturb the banquet. This was simply tyrannical. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at the wine on her body and her face turned green. The experts of the Sky Clan also gritted their teeth. As for the first dragon ancestor, his patience was also exhausted. I know that you are not convinced. You think that the 7 emperors alone are not enough for me to proclaim myself as the emperor. Then I will beat you until you are convinced. Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't know that everyone was angry. In his sleeve, the small saint was ready to move out. This is too much. How dare you not invite us to drink? How dare you not invite Lin Ling? This is not giving us face. This banquet should be cancelled. At this time, the manor's walls were destroyed. A large number of figures arrived. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the experts of Shenhuangdeu. They were the stone god, fire toad, and the others. Moreover, this slaughter gate is really hard to find. If we didn't catch a few people who were invited, we wouldn't even know about this place. Xiao Yaotanzi, you really don't put us in your eyes. Fire Toad shouted coldly after entering. You. Chapter 2020. Hand him over or not? They were going crazy. Why would Lin Ling ask them to help him? Lin Ling was astonished, but he knew the stone god and the fire toad, so he wasn't surprised. You're all helping Lin Ling? Asked the North Celestial Emperor of the Great Saint region. He didn't understand either. Are you deaf? We already explained everything. Shouted the fire toad coldly. He realized that Lin Ling was acting like his benefactor. Therefore, he was on the same side. Even Sun Yu Wushuang, the 2 battle kings, do you think so too? Asked the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, frowning. The 2 battle kings of Champion University smiled wryly. Actually, they wanted to stand aside and watch. Indeed, they agree with Lin Ling. Let me tell you, today, Xian Yuan must be handed over. Otherwise, even if Lin Ling doesn't do anything, the 2 battle kings of Champion University will. Said the stone god coldly. Hearing this, the 2 battle kings narrowed their eyes. When had they ever said something like this? Now, they were on the same side as Lin Ling. As expected, when the stone god said that, everybody thought that all the strong cultivators of Shenhuangdeu were on Lin Ling's side. The 2 battle kings had no choice but to get on the same side. All right, All right, Lin Ling, I underestimated you, said the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, looking at Lin Ling. She felt like she was dreaming. In the past, Lin Ling was a genius. He had become the son of Huang step by step, but he was still far from her level. But now, without realizing it, Lin Ling had become a legend in the human world. He was on the same level as her. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find a good reason to do so. After all, if they continued fighting, they would definitely lose. Is that enough? Asked Lin Ling when he saw that everybody was silent. He was asking them if they were qualified. He was asking them if they would hand him over. In reality, this was also Lin Ling trying to intimidate them. Hee, it's really lively. There are experts from the mortal world who want to be crowned as emperors. However, they are making such a big fuss just to be crowned as emperors. This is too much. Moreover, as if feeling that this place was not lively enough, a voice came from afar. From the sound of it, the person who came seemed to feel that Lin Ling had caused too much of a stir, so he was complaining. This also meant that this person might be supporting the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. For a moment, the experts on the side of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled as if they saw hope. Almost at the same time, a large number of experts appeared in the manor. They were the experts of the Spirit Tribe. What did you say before? That's right, it's too much. It's too low-key. Lin Ling's coronation should be a grand event. Not only should the human realm know about it, the demon realm should also know about it. And as a friend of the spirit race, we should come and support him. I agree that Lin Ling should be crowned emperor and become a legend of the human world. However, what the Ling race experts said next struck the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others like a bolt of lightning. It turned out that they thought it wasn't sensational enough, so they came to help. At this moment, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were stunned. Their clothes were still stained with wine, but they didn't feel it at all. Lin Ling's coronation was supported by Xinping Province and the Great Xinyuan region. Now, even the Spirit Tribe supported him. They couldn't understand how a mere junior had the power to rally supporters. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, he soon sneered, "Are you going to hand him over or not?" His voice was calm, but it sounded like sarcasm in the hearts of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others. As for the first dragon ancestor, he was panicking. Lin Ling alone wasn't scary, but the human realm experts behind him were. We have cultivated for millions of years. Do you think it's possible for a junior like you to ask us to hand him over? However, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's side refused to admit defeat. They couldn't lower their heads to a junior. 3 years later, the battle of creation will begin. That's why there's no such thing as the Deacon Palace in the human world. Everything is based on strength. That's why we're not allies. Wanting us to hand someone over is even more impossible because we're already enemies. At this time, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a man in armor. This man was from the Divine Marquis residence. His words also meant that they could cooperate with the human race, but they could also cooperate with the devil race, ghost race, and even the deity race. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speak, 2 silhouettes shot over at lightning speed. Their murderous intent exploded. Their speed was as fast as lightning. If you die, everything will be meaningless. That's right. There is no Deacon Palace of the human realm anymore. Everything is based on strength. We can win by killing you. The 2 figures sneered. One of them was from the Divine Marquis residence, and the other was from the North Celestial Emperor. Their plan was very precise. How dare you? The 7 emperors were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to attack by force. In the crowd, Taoist came frowned. He had been hiding his strength all this time. He wanted to be Lin Ling's trump card in case the great demon king of the devil race suddenly attacked. But now he was ready to attack. He couldn't hide anymore. It seems like you are still not convinced by me. But I agree with your words. Strength is everything. Don't move. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Instead, he coldly spat out a sentence. Today, not only did he come for revenge, but he also wanted to be crowned as an emperor. Being crowned as an emperor was to protect his family and friends. Although he would become a thorn in everyone's eyes, if a man didn't stand in front of the storm and block everything, would a woman do it? Therefore, anyone who was not convinced would be killed. Little Saint. Lin Ling let out a furious roar. His bloody mouth opened wide in his sleeves and shot out in an unstoppable manner. Divine world-suppressing beast. Lin Ling roared again. The appearance of two ancient giant beasts, one from the sky and one from the earth, shocked everyone. Boom! In the sky, the nine-headed lion prepared by Lin Ling fell like a meteor. The North Celestial Emperor's expert narrowed his eyes. That terrifying giant beast made his body tremble. On the ground, the expert of the Divine Marquis Mansion was good at assassination. But the bloody mouth came swallowing him. As an archer, he had killed countless demonic beasts in his life. Today, he was going to die in the mouth of a demonic beast. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions sounded. The two experts of the human realm who attacked were turned into ashes. A nine-headed lion was floating in the sky. A black ancient snake was wandering on the ground. And this was Lin Ling's strength. At this moment, not to mention the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others, even the two battle kings sucked in a cold breath. Had a martial emperor realm expert been killed just like that? Moreover, they felt that the black ancient snake was the most terrifying thing. They were afraid that even if they attacked, they wouldn't be a match for the black ancient snake. This guy. Prince Xiaoyao, Luo Fanqin, and the others were pale. They were all children of desolation, but it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, according to what they knew, Lin Ling also had the terrifying ancient divine crow. Lin Ling's strength wasn't the strongest, but the strength of his external objects was undeniable. The entire manor was destroyed. The whole city was paying attention to the blood manor. After seeing Lin Ling's dazzling rise, they were all frightened. The legend of the human realm, Lin Ling, no one could stop his rise. Are you going to hand over the people? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly, and he coldly spat out. Are you going to hand over the people? Chapter 2021. Immortal Drunken Wine. At this moment, Lin Ling was throwing out wave after wave of his forces to see who was stronger. The Divine Marquis Estate, the North Immortal Emperor, and the Xinyuan clan were all silent. Indeed, each wave was stronger than the last. It could be said that even without the help of the seven emperors, Lin Ling could easily wipe out the forces of the mortal world's giants. Plop. The first dragon ancestor was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He had seen too many storms in his life and thought that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. However, at this moment, his pants were wet and he could smell the stench of urine. Clearly, he was scared out of his wits, especially that huge black snake. It made him feel like an ant that could swallow him at any time. He hoped that someone would help him, but there was only silence. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stood there like a puppet. She had always thought that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to threaten her, but now, she felt that he did. It was that mysterious black snake. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, I know that you are the leader of the Great Xinyuan domain and the leader of this group. However, there are some things that you don't know. Moreover, I also guess that you didn't participate. Don't be used by others. Lin Ling said at this time. He had a feeling that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't participate in the massacre. You shut up. Lin Ling's words made some experts feel a little guilty. However, Lin Ling glanced over. With just a glance, the expert from the Sky Clan felt his heart tremble. What a cold gaze. However, he still braced himself and said, You are only arrogant because of the seven emperors. However, if our Sky Lord returns, you will die without a doubt. Clearly, the Sky Clan was also involved in the plan. The condition was that the Sky Lord could return to the mortal world. The Sky Lord is already dead. He died in the mouth of this guy. Lin Ling shook his head and said softly. This sentence was like thunder. If they had doubts about the Black Snake's strength at the beginning, they had no doubts now because the Sky Lord's strength was comparable to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. However, he had also fallen. This also meant that Lin Ling was indeed a threat to the mortal world's legends. I've said what I need to say. Now, do you want to hand him over? Lin Ling said again. Today, he had achieved his goal. At the very least, he knew who was involved in the plan. When he became stronger, he would take revenge on them one by one. What if I don't hand it over? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's voice was clearly much softer, and she no longer had the domineering aura she had at the start. Slaughter you all. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom. This was definitely the most shocking sentence of the day. If they didn't hand over the person, they would all be killed. Furthermore, no one dared to doubt Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling possessed such strength. Thud thud thud. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned even paler. She had been forced by Lin Ling to hand over the girl. If she didn't, would he kill her? The others also stood there like idiots. With their status, facing Lin Ling, they were actually like ants, having their lives threatened by Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a long zither sound came from afar. The sound seemed to come from thousands of miles away, but in the next moment, it appeared right next to their ears. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, under the sound of the zither, the murderous intent in everyone's heart gradually dissipated. Master, you're finally here. Hearing that voice, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face lit up with joy. Her master was here, he was finally here. Everyone here was threatened by Lin Ling, but her master was an ancient overlord who was on the same level as martial god Tianyu. Thus, there was no need to fear Lin Ling. Master, the great calamity of heaven and earth. Someone wants to use this opportunity to eliminate the dissidents. Master, please help us. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother bowed to the sky and said. The people around her were delighted. Lin Ling was dead for sure this time. I saw the divine martial realm suppressing beast come out again, so I followed. What are you all doing? A gentle voice came from the sky. It was extremely pleasant to the ears, but there was no one in sight. Clearly, that ancient overlord was far away at this moment. Is that ancient martial god Yun? Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. The human race had several ancient overlords. Ancient martial god Yun, martial god Tianyu, guardian of the human realm, immortal Kame, immortal drunken wine, and death arrow martial god from the Grand Saint realm. Of course, there were also some hidden ancient overlords, such as the legendary sword immortal Song Tian. However, these people had disappeared for so long that people wondered if they were still alive. The ancient overlords were comparable to the 5 great demon kings of the demon race, the top divine lords of the godly kingdom, and the strongest ghost emperor of the ghost race. This is not the case. Seeing that an ancient overlord was about to arrive, Immortal Kame also stepped into the sky. He had been hiding to prevent the ancient overlords from interfering in this matter. In the human race, someone colluded with the ghost race and the demon race. They wanted to dominate the battle of creation and eliminate potential opponents. Lin Ling's hometown was massacred by those people, so today, Lin Ling is here for revenge. Immortal Kame said indifferently. Many people gasped. Immortal Kame was indeed supporting Lin Ling. Right now, martial god Tianyu was missing and the guardian of the human realm was seriously injured. They could not appear. Only Immortal Kame was supporting Lin Ling. Hee, it's just one side of the story. Old Tortoise, when did you become so shameless? However, after Immortal Kame's words, the sunset spread over from the other side of the sky. A handsome man stepped on the sunset with 2 fairies in his arms, smiling as he walked over. This person was very mysterious, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Immortal Drunken Wine. Immortal Kame frowned in surprise. This person was also an ancient overlord. However, Immortal Drunken Wine was extremely mysterious. It was said that he had opened a drunken immortal restaurant overseas and lived a carefree life there. Immortal Kame did not expect that he would also come. The battle of creation will begin in 3 years. I should return to Jianghu, but I did not expect to see such a foul atmosphere as soon as I came out. Are all the younger generations so impetuous nowadays? The middle-aged man said indifferently. His words seemed to be directed at Lin Ling. Obviously, Lin Ling's sensational self-proclamation had made the middle-aged man somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Ling also looked at the middle-aged man, but he did not have any impression of him. He thought that this middle-aged man must be a powerhouse who rose after Li Xiaoyao. However, did he have the qualifications to criticize him? During the great calamity of the human race, some people only cared about romance and ignored the common people. At the critical moment, he came out and wanted to rule the world. Are all ancient overlords so shameless? Lin Ling said indifferently. This guy. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's words. This was because Lin Ling was attacking Immortal Drunken Wine. Sure enough, Immortal Drunken Wine frowned. He was very surprised by Lin Ling's boldness, but he was not happy in his heart. This matter has nothing to do with you. You came here in a carefree manner and then stood on the moral high ground to criticize me. Could it be that the so-called ancient overlords are so boring? Lin Ling said again. Chapter 2022. Fallen mortal? Li Xiaoyao? Who do you think you are? Holding a wine jug and hugging a beauty makes you an ancient overlord? Then let me ask you, where were you in the true martial world's sealing enchantment? Where were you in the battle for the enchantment token? At least martial god Tian Yu, the mortal world's guardian, and Taoist came were all injured because of this. They are the true ancient overlords. As for you, go home and drink. Don't come here and make a fool of yourself. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons, bombarding Immortal Drunken Wine's body. Not to mention him, even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to not fear an ancient overlord. You see, this kid is lawless and doesn't even respect his seniors. He should be killed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said after being stunned for a moment. Immortal Drunken Wine coldly stared at Lin Ling but didn't make a move. He believed that someone would make a move. Taoist came alone wouldn't be able to protect Lin Ling. In the sky, the distant sound of the zither was getting closer and closer, causing many people to become nervous. At present, Lin Ling had become a legend in the mortal world. There was no doubt about his appeal. However, he had provoked an ancient overlord. Then, would the ancient overlord let Lin Ling go? What do you guys think about my zither? What was surprising was that a woman in green clothes appeared in the sky. She was very beautiful and gentle, making people fall in love with her at first glance. She stood in the sky, and a green guqin appeared in her hand. She gently played the guqin. However, she didn't ask who was at fault. She was actually playing the zither? Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't understand her master's actions. At this moment, Lin Ling also stared at the sky. Looking at the hazy woman, his eyes finally revealed a trace of nostalgia. He already knew who was coming and had been waiting for this person to come. Therefore, when Immortal Drunken Wine reprimanded him, Lin Ling wasn't afraid because he knew that he would be safe and sound today. However, the others didn't think so, because if ancient martial god Ruoyun also attacked Lin Ling, and Immortal Drunken Wine also joined in, Taoist came wouldn't be able to stop the two ancient giants. This zither is the zither of righteous sound, one of the 10 great immortal weapons of heaven and earth. Only those who are righteous and pure of heart can play it. The martial god means that only those who are pure of heart can win for the world, for their family, and for their friends. The benevolent are invincible. At this time, a calm voice drifted out. Then, a handsome young man walked out step by step. His steps were filled with confidence, as if he was free and unfettered in the world. When they saw that person, many people were shocked. It was fallen mortal. Rumor has it that mortal descendant was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Rumor has it that ancient rhyme was Li Xiaoyao's disciple as well. The great calamity of the mortal world and the battle of creation have surfaced. Who can rule the world is important to the entire world. However, if the ruler of this world is a narrow-minded person, then the world will become even more chaotic. Fallen Dust said as he walked, appearing even more carefree. Looking at fallen mortal, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother laughed, laughing very happily. Fallen mortal was said to be the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Although there was no proof, at least he was the most similar to Li Xiaoyao. Most importantly, fallen mortal was on her side. If he could get his master to kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would definitely die. As for her master, Ancient Rhyme, she was the kindest person in the world. Therefore, even if Lin Ling deserved to die, ancient rhyme might not kill Lin Ling unless fallen mortal asked. Fallen mortal, now it's up to you. The North Celestial Emperor, Sky Clan, and other experts looked at fallen mortal. If they could get the help of an ancient giant, then their strength would increase greatly. The Zither of Righteous Sound, you actually know about this treasure? In the sky, the woman in green looked at fallen mortal indifferently as if she could see through fallen mortal's past and present life. She had long heard that fallen mortal was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, but she secretly observed him. However, she didn't feel that fallen mortal resembled Li Xiaoyao in any way. But this time, she was somewhat moved. This Zither is the only one in the world. Fallen mortal stopped and looked at the sky indifferently. At this moment, the demeanor of an ancient master was even more obvious. In the whole world, only I understand you, only I understand this Zither. I reincarnated 100 times just for today. In the Genesis battle in 3 years, I will rule the world and decide everything. Fallen mortal's voice was extremely heroic, as if he was free and unfettered in the world. Not only did it make Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others, but it also made the experts of the demon and ghost race who were secretly watching from afar change their expressions. Did Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation finally admit it? If fallen mortal recovered his past strength, then who in the world could stop him? For a moment, the sky and the earth were silent. The 7 emperors and the others looked dignified. If ancient rhyme acknowledged fallen mortal, then they would be in trouble. Only Taoist came and God of Stone smiled indifferently, not panicking at all. You really are Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation. Finally, a clear voice like a bell came from the sky. That's me. Fallen mortal nodded, causing Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others to agree. He really is Li Xiaoyao, guaranteed to be the fake. We've already witnessed his miraculous abilities. Ancient rhyme martial god, please believe in him. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others smiled and said, facing an ancient giant, they could only show flattery. In the sky, the woman in green fell silent, but many people could see that she seemed to have confirmed something. Li Xiaoyao can't be confirmed with just a few words. Ancient rhyme martial god, although I don't know you, I'm very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. You're his disciple, so you're not very familiar with him. At this moment, a voice that disagreed with the crowd sounded. It was Taoist came. Hearing Taoist came's words, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were secretly angry, but Taoist came was also an ancient giant, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. Then what does Taoist came mean? In the sky, the woman in green asked. It just so happens that I have someone here who has seen Li Xiaoyao's illusion. He might be more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Taoist came looked at Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew Taoist came's painstaking efforts. Now that he had announced that he was Li Xiaoyao, there would be endless trouble. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and said, You said that the Zither is very rare and unique? Yes, what do you mean? Are you questioning me? Ancient rhyme martial god, I think this kid should be killed. Fallen mortal said with his hands behind his back. However, the woman in green in the sky ignored fallen mortal and looked at Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling smiled faintly. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was teaching martial arts. The heavenly Zither of Righteous Sound is indeed rare, but what's really rare is the martial god song. It's the 5 notes heaven and earth song. Lin Ling said calmly. His words made many people's expressions change drastically. The ancient rhyme martial god Zither was one of the 10 great immortal weapons of heaven and earth, passed down from the 4 great eras. However, Lin Ling said that the most precious thing was the Zither's song? Nonsense. How ignorant. That's right. Does he think he can compare to Li Xiaoyao? Li Xiaoyao is the first emperor of the 4 great eras. What hasn't he seen? Fallen mortal must be right. Chapter 2023. The youngest human world legend. Many people coldly shouted. They knew that if fallen dust was mistaken for Li Xiaoyao, then Lin Ling's death was certain. I have nothing to say to you, I can only say that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. Fallen Dust didn't even look at Lin Ling and said with disdain, "Yes, compared to this zither, a truly rare zither song is one that contains all the laws of sound in the world. It's not something an ancient zither can compare to." However, a thunderous voice came from the sky, causing Fallen Dust to be badly battered. Everyone's jaws dropped. A truly precious zither song? Not one of the 10 great immortal weapons? Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this outcome. He slowly walked towards Fallen Dust and extended his fist, causing Fallen Dust to frown. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Ling smiled and suddenly threw a punch at Fallen Dust's nose, causing him to stagger backwards. He was infuriated. Have you heard of the story of buying a jade and returning a pearl? A person's eyesight determines their cultivation, future, and previous life. You see the pearl in my hand, but you don't know that the true value is in my hand, the thing that holds the pearl. Lin Ling opened his hand and a pearl appeared in his palm, but his words were meaningful. Even the woman in green in the sky stared deeply at Lin Ling, wanting to see through everything about Lin Ling. However, she was surprised. Under her gaze, Lin Ling was calm and indifferent, as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Reality has proven that you are not the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. You are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lin Ling ignored the woman's gaze and faintly smiled. "I am Li Xiaoyao." Fallen Dust was hit by Lin Ling's fist earlier and his nose was bleeding. However, at this moment, he angrily roared and appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were astonished. Compared to the previous Grandmaster Fallen Dust, this was the difference between heaven and earth. If you say so, then so be it. As long as you are happy. Faced with Fallen Mortal's unwillingness, Lin Ling lazily said. Words like this were undoubtedly like Fallen Mortal punching cotton. "Then, may I know how many types of heaven and earth sound laws there are?" Meanwhile, the green-clothed woman asked once more. To everyone's surprise, she was skilled in the laws of sound. However, they were sure that she possessed a huge amount of laws. Heaven and earth are divided into 5 laws: Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, and Yu, which correspond to wood, fire, earth, metal, water, liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidney. It's one of the great laws of heaven and earth. However, very few people can comprehend this law. Fallen Dust was the first to speak. He wanted to prove that he was Li Xiaoyao, and he seemed to have recovered his previous confidence. Many of them were puzzled when they heard this. The laws of sound had always been rare, so they didn't know how many of them there were. "Sigh, you're wrong again." However, Lin Ling immediately retorted, "Li Xiaoyao, no, Fallen Dust, you said that you're the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao and shocked the world. However, since I've known you, other than knowing that you've embarrassed yourself, I don't think I've seen you do anything sensational. You don't even understand the laws of heaven and earth sound. You should reincarnate again." These words were filled with ridicule and mockery. Fallen Dust was stunned on the spot. Lin Ling had struck him again. Heaven and earth are divided into 7 laws. This is also the reason why you haven't stepped into the martial god realm. It's because you've been cultivating the 5 laws. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Lin Ling looked at the green-clothed woman in the sky. His voice was calm, but it carried an indescribable temperament. At this moment, came Taoist laughed. Stone Deity laughed. Fire Toad was also somewhat excited. This was because they saw the most familiar Li Xiaoyao. It was also because they were the only ones who had seen Li Xiaoyao. Heaven and earth are divided into 7 laws. In the sky, the green-clothed woman's body trembled. She stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. She vaguely saw a familiar scene. In the past, when she was still young, that man sternly taught her not to follow the rules. He told her to break the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were 5 sounds, but she had broken the rules and created 7 sounds. Could it be that you are? The green-clothed woman's eyes suddenly became wet. She stared at the divine martial world suppressing beast, and a guess arose in her heart. The divine martial world suppressing beast rarely came out. However, over the years, it had been summoned a few times. This time, she had followed out of curiosity. Now, she realized that the divine martial world suppressing beast had come for a reason. I'm just an ordinary kid who likes to be in a mess and be free wherever I go. Lin Ling replied with a smile. His long hair was flowing, and his long robe was fluttering. However, in the eyes of the green-clothed woman, her heart was finally shaken. An ordinary kid who likes to be in a mess and be free wherever he goes. Wasn't this what her master liked to say the most? Could it be that her master had returned? At that moment, no one knew what the ancient martial god was thinking. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't know, because there were very few people who had actually seen Li Xiaoyao. He's talking nonsense. I'm Li Xiaoyao. Fallen Mortal didn't know what had happened, so he immediately shouted, I'm Li Xiaoyao. Surprisingly, the gentle green-clothed woman in the sky shouted angrily, which was rare. She gently pressed down with a finger. Rumble. Fallen Mortal was pressed into the ground by the finger, and it extended all the way to the core of the earth. It made a human-shaped hole appear in the ground. Seeing this, the whole world was silent. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation was beaten to the ground? That was too embarrassing. And the one who did it was Li Xiaoyao's former disciple? Could it be that Fallen Mortal wasn't Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation? Suddenly, everyone opened their mouths wide. They couldn't express their shock with words. It was like watching a peerless master suddenly become a beggar. Thank you for your guidance. You let me know that he's not Li Xiaoyao, and you've seen the illusion of Li Xiaoyao. You're the one who knows Li Xiaoyao the best. Ancient martial god looked at Lin Ling, and then slightly bowed. She vaguely knew that Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being, so she naturally helped her master. However, seeing her master again, she was very excited and even wanted to throw herself at him. Of course, she held back all of this. However, her words represented the result. Ancient martial god seems to have chosen to stand on Lin Ling's side. What a lucky boy! Is Lin Ling going to rise completely today, and no one can stop him? Damn it! The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so angry that she secretly gritted her teeth. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was the same. Little Yao, after you go back, you'll be in seclusion for 1,000 years. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come out. The woman in green looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and said. The latter's face instantly turned pale, and she knelt down with a plop. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. It's over. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is going to leave this world. There will be no more legends in the mortal world in the Xianyuan realm. Why is this happening? The result undoubtedly made everyone lose their wits. They looked at Lin Ling with shock in their eyes. Today, no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Lin Ling had become the weakest legend in the mortal world. Chapter 2024. Challenge. What the hell are you doing? Martial God Yungu, you and I know each other. Are you going to help that kid? In the distance, Immortal Drunken Wine's face was extremely ugly. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, he liked Martial God Yungu very much. However, other than discussing music with him, Martial God Yungu had no intention of getting to know him. Kid. Ancient martial god Yungu smiled. Her smile was beautiful and gentle, but her hands were constantly moving like butterflies. A beautiful melody floated out, and through the jade zither, the power of 300 million laws was released. Boom, boom, boom. This attack was too fast for anyone to react, and all of it was aimed at Immortal Drunken Wine. Immortal Drunken Wine did not expect that the other party would attack without warning. Martial god Yungu seemed to have been touched, and Immortal Drunken Wine was immediately bombarded by the terrifying laws. He was confused. Ancient martial god Rhyme was very beautiful and gentle, but this was the first time he had seen ancient martial god Rhyme use violence. What the hell was going on? He did not know that he had indeed touched martial god Yungu's reverse scale by reprimanding Lin Ling. Don't be too violent. It's rare for others to come out of the martial arts world. Give them some face. Lin Ling said with a smile. That's right. What made everyone's pupils tremble was that martial god Yungu actually agreed and stopped. What the hell was going on? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at those surprised people. Finally, his smile became colder and colder. Now, is there anyone who wants to stop me? As soon as his voice fell, the first dragon ancestors of the Shenyuan clan fell to the ground again with a plop. Today, all the experts of the mortal world had come out. There was no strongest, only stronger. Everything was to kill him and destroy his clan. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again. In the end, he was still forced into a corner, leaving him with no way out. Around him, no one dared to speak up for him. Silence. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. I admit that I colluded with the ghost race and the devil race. They promised me that they would make me stronger, and even let me participate in the battle of creation. However, I didn't expect that we would ignore you when we paid attention to Taoist came. Now that things had come to this, the first dragon ancestor of Shenyuan had clearly thrown caution to the wind. This made many people shake their heads. The Shenyuan clan had really colluded with the demons. There are many things that you can't think of. However, I'm not interested in what you think or how you cooperate with others. However, you shouldn't have attacked my people. Lin Ling said coldly. Waving his right hand, the little sage shot forward, transforming into a black torrent of magical laws. Shockingly, the black torrent of magical laws was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying demonic beast? Other than the ancient era's giants, who could be its match? Without any suspense, the number one dragon ancestor of the Shenyuan clan had perished, and the experts of the Shenyuan clan had suffered the same fate. Go! In the Divine Lord manner, the North Deity Emperor and the others knew that the situation was hopeless, so they all fled. You want to leave? Dream on. The 7 emperors and the others also knew that the Divine Lord manner and the others had participated in the massacre, so they were all prepared to attack. Let them go. However, Lin Ling stopped the 7 emperors and the other experts. He looked indifferently into the distance and saw that the sky was filled with demonic chi that had turned into a giant. It was the great demon king of the demons. Obviously, if the 7 emperors and the others were to attack, the war between the demons and the humans would break out. You're Lin Ling? I've heard a lot about you. A deep voice came from afar, shaking the heaven and earth. The mysterious great demon king had actually heard of Lin Ling's name. I was just lucky. Lin Ling replied indifferently. You're a very good junior. I'm looking forward to your participation in the Battle of Genesis. The mysterious great demon king stared at Lin Ling indifferently and left behind a sentence. In the end, he turned into endless demonic clouds and disappeared. When did the great demon king of the demons come? Has he been paying attention to this place? Only then did the crowd react, all of them trembling with fear. Only Lin Ling, immortal, came, and ancient martial god Yun in the sky had already sensed it. When ancient martial god Yun arrived, she did not act impulsively. The reason was that she was afraid of the demons and did not know what the demons were planning. However, by chance, ancient martial god Yun had found the person she had been waiting for thousands of years. Only the ancient giants of the various clans can participate in the Battle of Genesis. However, ordinary martial artists who have experienced the Outstanding Talents competition can also participate. Lin Ling, let's meet at the Outstanding Talents competition and settle all our grievances. Prince Xiao Yao withdrew his gaze from the sky and finally stared coldly at Lin Ling and said, All right, let's end this in a year's time. Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. After getting Lin Ling's agreement, Prince Xiao Yao also left. However, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. The last time he saw Lin Ling was in the star-picking purple mansion. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. However, he knew that Lin Ling had the same origin as him. They both came from another world. But now Lin Ling had grown to such a level. As a time traveler, he, Prince Xiao Yao, must determine the winner and the loser. He did not know that Lin Ling was a time traveler in his previous life. However, 100 lifetimes ago, Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Although he and Lin Ling were both time travelers, Lin Ling's origin was much stronger than his. Let's go! Lin Ling did not intend to stay and left with his people. Lin Ling has become an emperor. He has become a legend in the human world. I'm looking forward to him participating in the Genesis battle 3 years later. Perhaps he will rule the world. Let's wait for the Heaven's Pride competition 1 year later. Only by passing the competition will he be qualified to participate in the Genesis battle. After Lin Ling left, the crowd discussed animatedly. However, they also acknowledged Lin Ling's identity as a legend in the human world. Moreover, after a day, the news spread throughout the human world. Everyone knew about it. Even the news spread to the nation of God, the ghost race, and the devil race, causing an uproar among the 3 major races. Has he finally risen? It won't be long before he comes to find you. Yes, Father. I'll wait for him. On a mountain peak, Xian Yuange and the Eastern Demon King looked into the distance. At this moment, they also heard Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling could be said to have shaken the 4 major races. Of course, the most important thing was the Genesis battle 3 years later. Because no matter what kind of legend or powerhouse one was, if he could not rule the world in the Genesis battle, then everything would disappear with the wind. Lin Ling was obviously working hard for the Genesis battle. However, before that, he had to go through the Heaven's Pride competition 1 year later. However, Lin Ling did not have much pressure for the competition. Bringing everyone back to the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling's first priority was to improve the talent of Yu Yu and the others because he planned to let Yu Yu and the others participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. Chapter 2025. The arrival of the ancient martial god. Everyone was gathered in the rainforest's sacred ground, causing the spectators in the distance to suck in a breath of cold air. What did they just see? Outside of the 7 kings, there were the supreme clans, the Eternal Palace, the 3 historical clans of Xianhuangdiyu, and the 2 war monarchs. It could be said that more than half of the human forces were gathered in the rainforest's sacred ground. Lin Ling was crowned as an emperor and became a legend of the mortal world. Many people gave him face. Yes, Lin Ling was the junior with the shortest cultivation time, but he rose up in 1 step and became a legend. This is the kind of martial artist we should worship. In the future, I will follow in Lin Ling's footsteps and become a legend of the mortal world. These martial artists' blood was boiling. As for the female martial artists, their eyes were filled with worship. Everyone wanted to create miracles, but not everyone could create miracles. Over time, some hot-blooded martial artists lost their will to fight and could only cultivate blindly. But now, Lin Ling was like a rising star, telling them that as long as they persevered, nothing was impossible. This time, His Excellency became a legend of the mortal world. Even though we have turned into ghosts, I am still very excited to see His Excellency's pride. As expected of Our Excellency, those who died in the rainforest's sacred ground were also very excited at this moment. Not only them, but Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Elder Extreme Flame, and Yu Yu were also the same. In the past, they could only look up to the legends of the mortal world because they were the top experts of the world. But now, such a legend was right beside them. Moreover, in order to celebrate Lin Ling, more than half of the experts of the mortal world came. One had to say that this was an honor. Ling quickly entertained them. Patriarch Extreme Flame whispered beside Lin Ling. He was rather flattered by this unexpected favor. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. It's not their first time meeting, no need to be so polite. Ancestor Extreme Flame was speechless after hearing this. Only his little grandson would dare to neglect the giants of the mortal world like this. That's right. It's not the first time we've met. Just be casual. The overlords of the mortal world also spoke with a smile. They appeared to be approachable, but everyone knew that this approachability depended on the person. If it was a junior here, they would absolutely not receive such courtesy. But some people were still confused, such as the 2 battle kings of Champion University. They still didn't understand why Godshur and the others supported Lin Ling. Why did he want them to support him? Why did he want them to support him? Was he trying to force them to support him? Only Stone God and Taoist King knew that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. his future achievements would definitely not be low. He might even be able to rule the world. While everyone was talking, a woman in a green dress flew down from the sky excitedly. Martial god Yungu. Seeing that woman, everyone was immediately surprised. They never thought that ancient martial god Yungu would come. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and was not surprised. Ancient martial god Yungu was extremely excited, but she controlled her emotions. Even though she could announce Lin Ling's identity, it wouldn't bring her any benefits. After all, in 3 years, if everyone knew that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao, they would definitely target Lin Ling. Even though ancient martial god Yungu was an ancient overlord, there were many people who weren't weaker than her. Hee, another ancient overlord is here. Little Ling, hurry up and bow. If that master hadn't helped you before, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Looking at the beautiful and gentle ancient martial god Yungu, Ancestor Extreme Flame was even more flattered. Even Yu and the others were the same, because in terms of seniority, ancient martial god Yungu could be their grandmother. Even though Taoist Kame was there, they were already familiar with each other, so they didn't feel flattered. Bow. Lin Ling was surprised. Brat, she helped you before. Brother Ling, senior martial god Yungu is the master of Heavenly Mother. You should indeed bow. Yu and Ancestor Extreme Flame said. The 7 emperors nodded. Ancient martial god Yungu was the most mysterious among the ancient overlords, so they could only look up to her. Alright. Lin Ling rubbed his nose gloomily and hurriedly bowed. No need. To everyone's surprise, ancient martial god Yungu actually panicked. Moreover, when Lin Ling bowed to her, she quickly swept past and avoided that bow. Seeing this, everyone opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was going on. Only Taoist Kame smiled. Lin Ling was ancient martial god Yungu's master, so ancient martial god Yungu didn't dare to accept Lin Ling's bow. Little Ling, look at you, ancient martial god Yungu must be dissatisfied with you. Ancient martial god Yungu's appearance undoubtedly caused Ancestor Extreme Flame to misunderstand that she didn't accept Lin Ling's bow. But how could this be? If ancient martial god Yungu no longer supported Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would become a legend in the mortal realm and would be in constant trouble. Lin Ling was even more depressed, and could only bow to ancient martial god Yungu again. However, ancient martial god Yungu was even more flattered. She swept past and retreated 100 meters away, like a frightened rabbit. It's not that I don't want to bow, it's that she doesn't want it. Seeing this, Lin Ling was extremely helpless. The corner of Ancestor Extreme Flame's eyes twitched. He still didn't understand what had happened. If you want to bow, it should be me bowing to you. No, it's you who has become a legend in the mortal realm, so there's no need to be so polite. In the distance, ancient martial god Yungu was obviously incoherent and even flattered. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Could it be that ancient martial god Yungu had taken a fancy to Lin Ling? However, it was possible. After all, Lin Ling was young and handsome, so it wasn't strange for an elder to take a fancy to him. Thinking about this, the 2 champions of Champion University suddenly became depressed. They were also good-looking. Why didn't ancient martial god Yungu like them? Even the law overlord of the 7 champions had the same thought. He even shook his fat face to attract ancient martial god Yungu's attention. Of course, in the end, he was ignored by her. Without a doubt, if they could get ancient martial god Yungu's help, any one of them could soar to the sky. Lin Ling, this time, I'm here to congratulate you on becoming a legend in the mortal realm. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, martial god Yungu walked over and smiled. She was extremely excited. She was getting closer and closer to her master. She was willing to stay by her master's side for the rest of her life, even if they were 10 meters apart. Oh, is that so? Thank you, said Lin Ling indifferently. In front of ancient martial god Yungu, he subconsciously put on the airs of a teacher. You stinky little boy, don't be so arrogant. This tone undoubtedly caused Ancestor Tai Yen to feel extremely displeased. Moreover, he was not the only one. Even the 7 emperors blinked their eyes. Lin Ling was extremely courteous to them. Yet he was so lazy in the face of the even more powerful martial god Yungu? It had to be said that this freak's way of doing things was really difficult to understand. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling's lazy attitude made ancient martial god Yungu smile. Her smile was so beautiful that it made the flowers pale in comparison. They also saw that ancient martial god Yungu was very excited. Everybody. Chapter 2026. He had waited for 1,000 years. Alright, you can go back first. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, but he smiled at ancient martial god Yun. Alright. Ancient martial god Yungu guessed. Lin Ling still did not want to reveal his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. She immediately nodded obediently and disappeared without a trace. Why do I feel like you're an ancient magnate and martial god Yun is your junior? Emperor Lisho said in surprise as he watched martial god Yungu leave. Hee, ancient martial god Yungu treats people kindly. That's her temperament. It's just that you're not familiar with her. Lin Ling explained. Everyone nodded. That seemed to be the case, because they were not familiar with ancient martial god Yungu. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's prepare for the battle of creation in 3 years. Lin Ling said. There will be many variables in the battle of creation 3 years later. What is certain is that the participants will be the ancient giants of the human race, the god king of the celestial race, the great demon king of the devil race, and the ghost emperor of the ghost race. However, it will be difficult for the legends and giants of the human world to participate. The 7th emperor said with a frown. Lin Ling will definitely participate in the tournament. However, Lin Ling must win the Heaven's Pride tournament 1 year from now. Taoist Kame said. In this 1 year, Lin Ling, you have to do your best to improve your strength. Although you have all kinds of trump cards, the competition seems to be looking at individual strength. Plus, Prince of Freedom, Fallen Mortal, Heaven-Blessed Martial God, and the others all benefited a lot from the Nation of God. They'll definitely increase their strength this year. Apart from them, the Devil race and the God race also have powerful geniuses. The giants of the mortal world spoke one after another. Lin Ling's power was enough to kill the big shots of the human world, but he relied on external items, such as the Little Saint and the Divine Martial World Suppression Beast. Obviously, such trump cards could not be used in the competition. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't seem to be under much pressure. See you in a year. All right, we'll wait for your news. That night, they stayed in the rainforest and chatted with each other. Then, they left in the middle of the night. Lin Ling stood calmly on top of a mountain peak in the sacred land of the rainforest, looking into the distance. Master. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling and knelt down. It was martial god Yungu. Little Wu, it's been a long time since we last met. It feels like a dream for me to be back here again. Lin Ling's eyes were deep. At this moment he wasn't Lin Ling, he was more likely Xiaoyao. I didn't expect Master to come back. Tears streamed down martial god Yungu's face. She used to be a blade of grass in the demon world. Only after being enlightened by Li Xiaoyao did she transform into a human body. After that, Lin Ling took her in as a disciple and taught her with great care. For ancient martial god Yun, the first person she met in her life was her master. In the years after that, she stayed by her master's side. She didn't ask for any vows of eternal love. As long as she could see her master, she would be very happy. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyao's target was the martial god realm. In the end, he still left her. At that time, she waited for news of her master's return every day, but in the end, she only received news of her master's death. This news was like a bolt from the blue. In the following life, they stayed together for 1,000 years and waited for another 1,000 years. She had been looking forward to the day when he would return. Even if the stars changed and the sun rose and set, she didn't dare to forget his back. Because the distance between life and death was even greater than the distance between life and death. It was a memory, but in the end she waited for it. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. He took a step forward and gently helped ancient martial god Yun up. In this life, he had taken in many disciples, But the one who pestered him the most and worshipped him the most was ancient martial god Yun. "Master, you're back." Ancient martial god Yun raised her head and looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to remember everything about Lin Ling. "After 100 reincarnations, I'm indeed back. From now on, I won't let you leave me." Lin Ling nodded. "Thank you, Master." Ancient martial god Yun smiled through her tears. With just one sentence, the thousands of years of waiting were worth it. "Xiao He, the Dark Dragon Emperor, I saw him last time. He's still in the human realm prison of Chaos Demon Sea. But where's Xiao Bai?" Lin Ling looked into the distance and thought of his 3 disciples, who were also the only disciples recognized by Li Xiaoyao. "Xiao Bai is in the demon realm. Later, she went to the ghost realm and hasn't returned for 10,000 years. Ancient martial god Yun said, "Master, should I tell them that you're back? If you can find them, then tell them. If you can't find them, then leave everything to fate. After all, they'll still be back in the creation battle in 3 years. Even you may not be able to win the battle of creation in 3 years. You must improve your strength in these 3 years." "That's right," Lin Ling said calmly. Ancient martial god Yun quickly nodded and then took out a ring from her hand. "Master, there are treasures that Xiao Wu has collected over the years. It's enough for you to recover 40% of your strength." Lin Ling shook his head with a wry smile. "I can't accept these treasures." But ancient martial god Yun was surprised. Her surprised look was as cute as a little girl's. "Just take it as my pride acting up. How can a master accept treasures from his disciples?" Lin Ling shook his head and asked ancient martial god Yun to put away the treasures. She knew that her master was a proud person. Even if he snatched treasures from his enemies, he would not ask for treasures from his own people. "Go back. If you need anything, you can come to me." Lin Ling took a deep look at ancient martial god Yun and then said with a smile, "Okay." Although ancient martial god Yun wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side, she knew that Lin Ling was still alive and she could come to see him at any time. That was enough. After ancient martial god Yun left, Lin Ling was still standing on the top of the mountain, looking calm. He was preparing for the Heavenly Talents competition in a year's time. Lin Ling guessed that his opponent would at most be a LV1 martial emperor. He was not afraid of such strength, but he needed a lot of cultivation resources. Grand Sage Realm. Then Lin Ling laughed. If he remembered correctly, there were a lot of treasures in that place. In the following days, Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation. Although he lacked cultivation resources, he could improve the power of his martial techniques. Especially the underworld flame. Because the underworld flame had not reached its limit, it was not comparable to the celestial demon dominating Earth body. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that although he was a legend in the mortal realm, many people still wanted him dead if they had the chance. Therefore, improving his strength was indispensable. When Lin Ling entered seclusion, ancient martial god Yun returned to the ancient martial god Yun Gu immortal platform. The first thing she did was to find the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. "Master, why didn't you kill Lin Ling?" The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was punished to enter seclusion for 1,000 years. She knelt on the ground and said unwillingly, "He is not someone you can provoke." Ancient martial god Yun Gu said indifferently, which made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother tremble. Lin Ling was just a junior. Although he had some ability, he was not someone she could provoke. "Master, are you also?" The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was surprised. "I can't provoke him either. From now on, don't provoke him anymore. If he wants to kill you, I will be the first to act." Chapter 2027. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Animal Path. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother was stunned. She had been following her master since she was a child. She had an indescribable feeling towards her master. Not only was it worship and gratitude, but there was also a kind of abnormal love. That's right, love. Although this kind of feeling shouldn't be born, she didn't know why, but she liked her master very much. Perhaps, her master was the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world. "I don't believe it." Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother's eyes turned red. She didn't believe that her master would kill her for a mere junior. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe it. After Lin Ling was crowned emperor, the world had a short period of peace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was cultivating in his Zifu. Using the time he spent in his Zifu, he finally managed to raise the grade of the Flame of Yellow Springs to the 5th grade of the Divine grade. He was also able to cast the 3rd path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the path of animal. It could be said that he wasn't weaker than any of the desolate children. Excluding cultivation, he surpassed them in all other areas. And the animal path brought about a terrifying 10,000 laws. It could also be said that unless one's talent surpassed Lin Ling's, Lin Ling could kill a first-level martial emperor. If the 7 emperors knew about Lin Ling's cultivation progress, they would definitely be shocked. Apart from increasing his own strength, Lin Ling also helped Yu and Yuer, Little Flame, and the others to increase their strength by leaps and bounds. Each of them stepped into the Xian D10 heroes. This kind of progress was undoubtedly terrifying to many people. Even Little Flame and the others felt that it was a dream. However, what made them speechless was that this kind of progress was too slow in Lin Ling's eyes. In the following days, Little Flame and the others also went out to train. Lin Ling focused on nurturing Yu and the others. This was because Yu and the others' talents were higher than Lin Ling's, and with the help of the Violet Palace, their strength increased like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They were only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. This led to the fact that in the rainforest sacred land, other than Lin Ling, Yu and the others were the second strongest. Now that I've used up all my cultivation resources, it's about time to find new ones. Today, Lin Ling said with a smile. Where are we going to find them? Right now, the human realm's highest imperial palace has collapsed. Those treasures have all been plundered clean. Yu said with her small nose wrinkled. Even though she was a mother, she was still extremely cute. Lin Ling scratched her little nose and said, "Let's go to the Saint's grand domain. There's something we need there." "All right then, let's go together." And Yuer was still a frosty beauty, but only when she looked at Lin Ling would she reveal a beautiful smile. Upon hearing this, Yu excitedly nodded her head. It had been a long time since they had ventured out with Lin Ling. In the past, they were weak and could only be a burden to Lin Ling. However, they would definitely be of help to Lin Ling now. The 3 of them chatted for a moment before leaving. They didn't tell anyone else apart from informing Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the sky, the Dragon Turtle battleship appeared and headed towards the Chaotic Demon Sea, because the Saint's grand domain was on the other side of the Chaotic Demon Sea. After spending a day, the 3 of them stopped at the Chaotic Demon Sea, put away the Dragon Turtle battleship, and walked. Rumble. While the 3 of them were strolling, terrifying waves erupted from the depths of the sea, as if the sea was flowing backwards. Within them, a large number of mountain-sized lightning demon sharks appeared. Their terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to change colors. Yu and Yuer's faces froze. They sensed that those lightning demon sharks were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's expression was calm. In fact, he specially brought Yu and the rest here so that they could raise their combat strength. Go, get rid of them. Lin Ling, you're not going to do anything? Yu and the rest were shocked. Didn't you say that you wanted to help? The small demons we saw along the way must be you guys. Lin Ling grinned. Batty. Yu and the rest said at the same time, wrinkling their little noses, but they still charged forward. Yu's innate talent was a divine body, stronger than Lin Ling's innate talent, but she wasn't familiar with it. But even so, her strength could enter the ranks of the Sons of Huang. That was because during this period of time, she had crazily raised her strength, and her cultivation realm was higher than Lin Ling, reaching Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. As for Yuer, she had the Spirit Ice profound body, and her cultivation realm was the same as Lin Ling, but her laws were slightly weaker than Yu's. Sometimes Lin Ling was jealous of them, but he felt that it was normal. Profound body innate talent was indeed heaven-defying. Heavenly blessing. Like a fairy floating across the sea, Yu instantly made her move, and a colorful power of laws exploded. It was the power of the 5 elements. Spiritual realm. As for Yuer, It was the combination of laws and soul power. Her attack was formless and colorless, very similar to the extreme realm that she cultivated in the past. Boom boom boom. On the sea, a large number of lightning demon sharks exploded. Although these demonic beasts were terrifying, it was a pity that they met Yu and the rest. Woo-woo. Those lightning demon sharks were immediately frightened. Those two women were too strong. Seeing this, Yu and the rest also planned to stop. After seeing the lightning demon sharks disappear, they all walked towards Lin Ling, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Under their feet, a black shadow of lightning rushed out from the sea. It was the lightning demon sharks. Obviously, those lightning demon sharks were cruel by nature. How could they easily give up on their prey? Yu and the rest's faces changed. In a moment of anxiety, they once again used their full strength, and in the end, they only suffered light injuries. Until all the lightning demon sharks were killed, Lin Ling solemnly said, "Don't be merciful to your enemies, because if you are merciful, it is cruel to your loved ones." Lin Ling was using this opportunity to guide Yu and the rest. I know. Next time, I won't be merciful. Yu and the rest lowered their heads. Although they had killed people before, those people were people who deserved to be killed. But facing an enemy who chose not to fight, they couldn't do it. Their temperament was a bit too kind. This temperament was nothing in the past, but now that the human race was facing a great calamity, they had to be more decisive. It's good that you remember. Lin Ling also gave them some guidance, and just as he was about to leave with Yu and the rest, a terrifying killing intent instantly arrived. Ah, Lin Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met. Above the sea, ghostly energy roared, and demonic energy surged. A large number of people appeared, blocking in front of Lin Ling and the rest. The person in the lead was the pink second prince. In the past, Lin Ling had humiliated him with 2 punches in the nation of gods, and this grudge had always been in his heart. But after Lin Ling was crowned emperor, there were countless powerhouses around him, and this caused him to not dare to approach Lin Ling. But here, he didn't have to fear anything. So it's you. Lin Ling's face sank. The pink prince said coldly, "Ha, I have already investigated you, and I know that your strength is indeed terrifying, but it is all because of external items." Lin Ling frowned and said, "So what?" "Ha, it's nothing. I am only targeting your strength, so I brought some stronger powerhouses. They should be slightly stronger than you. Come out, Ghost Ancestor Tongtian." Chapter 2028. Beyond Imagination. This expert's strength had actually reached the 5th stage of Wu Sheng's realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. "Come out, savage devil throne." Almost at the same time, Pink Prince shouted coldly once again. A throne floated down from the sky, and circles of black devil chi rippled out. This throne's aura was extraordinary, and was obviously an extremely powerful treasure of the Devil Clan. "You actually brought the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master's throne. Your father really dotes on you." Lin Ling's face became even gloomier. "Ah, Lin Ling, you have good knowledge. Previously I wanted to surprise you a little, but who knew that you would recognize the throne? That's right, this throne is my father's throne, and it can restrain your ancient heavenly crow. If you don't believe me, you can try." Pink Prince laughed out loud as though he had already killed Lin Ling. Hearing that, Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and with a wave of his right hand, a black shadow shot out from his purple mansion. It was the ancient heavenly crow. However, the moment the ancient heavenly crow came out, the mysterious throne emitted a devil's might, overbearing and majestic. The ancient heavenly crow stopped flying, as though it did not dare to violate the throne's prestige, and showed signs of hesitation. In the end, the enchantment in the depths of its soul exploded, and the ancient heavenly crow fell. Seeing that, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. That throne was specially used to restrain some demonic beasts, and had the might of a devil god. "Ha, a crow died just like that. Lin Ling, let's try releasing a few more." Pink Prince was undoubtedly excited, and the Devil Clan behind him were also laughing out loud. Lin Ling's methods had been suppressed. And without those methods, Lin Ling was only so. The last time you punched me twice, now it's time to settle the old score. Pink Prince licked his lips, and at the same time stared at Yu and the rest. He sneered, "After you die, your women will belong to me. The tournament of Heaven's Chosen is about to begin. Can't you be like Prince Xiaoyao and the rest, and end your grudges in the tournament?" Lin Ling said coldly. "Ha, are you afraid of me? Are you begging for mercy? I'm sorry, but I can't wait for that day. I can't wait to kill you." Pink Prince laughed even louder. Seeing Lin Ling beg for mercy made him very happy. "Are you so sure you can kill me?" However, Lin Ling quickly said, "Hee, how hard is it to kill you? Killing a human realm legend isn't hard at all for me. Stop trying to be mysterious. After today, the human realm will spread the news that human realm legend Lin Ling has fallen in the Chaos Demon Sea. The one who killed him is Pink Prince." Pink Prince bared his fangs and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tong Tian ghost ancestor behind him pounced forward, and a ghastly wind blew. From the looks of it, this Tong Tian ghost ancestor was even stronger than ordinary human realm giants. "Pink Prince, after you kill him, you must do what you promised me." Clearly, this ghost ancestor Tong Tian had reached some sort of agreement with Pink Prince. "Woo!" The water ghost's voice reverberated through the air, causing one's scalp to go numb. It could make one lose the ability to fight in an instant. That was the law of resentment. According to legend, every drowned person had extremely dense resentment, and the Tong Tian ghost ancestor was undoubtedly the ancestor of cultivating resentment. Little Saint. Staring at the water ghosts that filled the sky, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A black shadow shot out from his sleeves and transformed into a black torrent. It collided with the Rain Ghost King in an unstoppable manner. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Pink Prince was not surprised by this. He invited the Tong Tian Ghost Ancestor King with the purpose of entangling Lin Ling's mysterious ancient snake. Without the mysterious ancient snake, coupled with the fact that Lin Ling could not use the ancient Heaven Divine Crow, wouldn't Lin Ling be easily captured? Kill! The demons also rushed over and fought with Yu and the others. Pink Prince strode towards Lin Ling. "Now, what other trump cards do you have?" The law around his body crazily spiraled and rose. To him, Lin Ling was already half a step into hell. Pink Sky Fist. He directly unleashed a terrifying punch. The law had reached 6,000. To any 10th stage realm Wusheng, this was extremely terrifying. Of course, the demon race's cultivation method that he cultivated could raise the law energy by a certain margin. Even Lin Ling was shocked. Because not long ago, all of his laws had not reached 5,000. Of course, this was not long ago. Evasion domain. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from the spot. Pink Prince's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, his law and innate talent combined together could freeze the dust and turn it into demon stone. But Lin Ling could actually avoid it? How was this possible? Looks like you're still hiding a powerful move. But that's it. Pink Prince's eyes turned cold. Lin Ling was a mysterious person. The trump cards that he had were all unfathomable. Hence, he wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Spontaneous devil blood ignition, 8,000 exclusive world. Pink Prince's entire body emitted a red glow as though he had opened up the Devil Kingdom. This move was obviously learnt from the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master Great Demon King. In the red glow, the law energy became even more terrifying, almost reaching 10,000. Numerous Devil Clan members charged out, turning the sea into a Devil Sea. Kill him! Those Devil Clan members who were surrounding the scene were all in high spirits. On seeing the terrifying law energy in the sky attacking, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Pink Prince had found out some of his trump cards. But alas, his trump cards weren't only this. Not to mention other things, just based on the berserk armor, he wasn't afraid of Pink Prince. "You're only so." This time, Lin Ling didn't choose to defend. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and white flames spread out like a tide, but it was sinister and cold. The moment the flames appeared, the temperature of heaven and earth seemed to drop by several degrees. What? Pink Prince sensed that terrifying power and his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had the underworld flames, but it didn't seem to be this powerful the last time. I know you're confused. Then, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. The last time was the last time. To me, Lin Ling, if I can't increase my strength next time, then I'm not qualified to protect my family. 6 paths of reincarnation, reincarnation of heaven and earth. Under the law, enter my reincarnation, beast path. White flames drifted out, forming a dazzling giant flaming wheel in the sky. That was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Rumble. A terrifying suction force was born. More than 10,000 law energy exploded, turning the sea into a ghost domain. The sea water soared into the sky, and countless fishes and prawns were brought into the reincarnation as though it was the wrath of heaven and earth. As for Pink Prince, his eyes widened. He realized that Lin Ling's law energy was more powerful than his. His devil kingdom flew toward the reincarnation in the sky. It couldn't stop it at all. Even he couldn't avoid the reincarnation. What? Of course, it wasn't just him. Even the Water Ghost King was shocked. Lin Ling and Wu Sheng were only in the 9th stage realm, but they exploded with the law energy of a martial emperor. I don't want to enter the reincarnation. Pink Prince cried out miserably. His body flew toward the reincarnation flames in the sky. He didn't expect that today's ambush would be complete. But he still had to die. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize this now. Gradually, Pink Prince disappeared into the reincarnation. The Devil Clan on the sea were stunned. They came to kill Lin Ling, but their prince died. Chapter 2029. Arrival in Crystal City. So fast? As for Tong Tianguizhu, he was also stunned. He had guessed that they would be fully prepared today and should be able to kill Lin Ling in a single move. However, the result was that it was indeed a single move, but the one who was killed was Pink Prince. This Lin Ling's strength was so strong. In the Prodigy tournament a year later, he would definitely be able to charge into the rankings. I'm not fully prepared. Lin Ling stared at Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian at the same time, and Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian knew that the situation was hopeless. He immediately turned into countless water ghosts and rushed into the sea, weaving through the sea like countless jellyfish. Only by doing so could he escape. It wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, but if Lin Ling joined forces with the ancient black snake, it definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. You killed the pink second prince. The great demon king will not let you go. You are dead for sure. As he fled, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian also left behind a sentence. I've heard this a lot. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He watched as the little saint charged into the sea, overturned the seas, and plundered the heaven-span devil lord. Eventually, he devoured a large number of water ghosts, then returned with a look of dissatisfaction. There's no need to be unwilling. With your strength and bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult to kill him on land. He only has the geographical advantage because this is the sea. Lin Ling said with a smile. The little saint began to shrink, turning into the size of a finger. He wrapped around Lin Ling's arm and stuck out his tongue. He looked extremely cute. Lin Ling gently stroked the little saint's head, causing it to close its eyes in enjoyment. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility. If the opponent has the advantage of time and place, then the invincibility can be broken. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, once you think you are invincible, then you are not far from death. Lin Ling shook his head and said, although he was confident, he was not arrogant. Although he had Li Xiaoyao's memories, he still had to be careful as long as his vision was not restored. With the help of a little saint, he wasn't afraid of the overlords of the mortal world. However, if there were too many of them, even a little saint wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, if the ancient giants were to make a move, the little saints would not be able to stop them. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the wild throne not far away. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the wild throne. Then, he continuously pointed with 2 fingers. How dare you? You actually dared to destroy the Demon King throne. When the devil race saw Lin Ling's actions, they were all enraged. Lin Ling ignored them. Those demons were just nice for Yu and the others to practice, while he continued to release enchantments to destroy the Savage Throne. This Savage Throne was a 3-star immortal weapon, and its power was reflected in its majesty, so it was able to make the ancient divine crows not dare to approach it. However, other than this power, the others were of little value, but one of them was the empty soul ice soul. If used to forge the Tyrant Song Sword, it would be able to increase the power of the Tyrant Song Sword once again. Right now, the Tyrant Song Sword was not weak, and could sweep through many Xiandi. However, against the son of Huang, a giant of the human realm, this sword was clearly somewhat powerless. Boom! In the end, the Savage Throne exploded. After Lin Ling collected the empty soul ice soul, he directly refined the rest and raised his cultivation. What? He actually used materials to cultivate. Those devil race were all shocked. After all, they had seen many people using heavenly treasures to cultivate, but this was the first time they had seen using materials to cultivate. Even Yu and the others were speechless. They felt that it was fine if Lin Ling wanted to cultivate, but he should have found a good place to cultivate. Moreover, he was actually not helping? Too lazy. The two girls could only use all their strength. In the end, they let a dozen or so devil race escape, and the rest were completely annihilated. At this time, Lin Ling also opened his eyes, and there was regret in his eyes. After Wu Sheng's realm, the cultivation resources required were even greater, so this time, Lin Ling still did not break through. You let a dozen devil race escape, you guys are not qualified. Lin Ling looked at the two girls and said, "Annoying, you're not helping again. Moreover, you're actually cultivating here. If you're interrupted, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yu and Anyuer were dissatisfied. Lin Ling was too reckless. Hee, since I dare to cultivate here, I naturally have confidence. However, this cultivation can be considered to have some effect. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Crazy, others spent 100 years to raise their strength, and you raised your strength again in a short period of time. How enviable! Yu and Anyuer were shocked, but Anyuer was a little envious. The world only sees the achievements of others, but they don't know the sacrifices they have made behind the scenes. You guys are the same. Lin Ling scratched Anyuer's nose and looked at the sky. Pink Prince is dead, we can't stay here for long. Leave quickly. Yu and the others were still thinking about Lin Ling's words. The world only sees the achievements of others, but they don't know the sacrifices they have made behind the scenes. This was indeed the case. Lin Ling's cultivation speed seemed to be fast, and no matter what happened, he would not be alarmed. However, who knew the sacrifices he had made behind the scenes? The three of them advanced along the sea and gradually disappeared. And at the place where the battle happened previously, a pair of demon eyes appeared in the sky. They were extremely cold and also carried fury, but they also gradually disappeared. Obviously, Lin Ling's killing of Pink Prince had infuriated the great demon king of the south because Lin Ling had already killed 2 of his sons. Crossing the chaotic demon sea, a vast continent appeared ahead. The spiritual energy was rich, and martial artists could be seen crossing the sky from time to time, like fireflies. That place was shockingly the Saints' great territory. The Saints' great territory was far away from the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm. Apart from the mortal realm's giants, martial artists from the 2 places rarely interacted. The Saints' great territory was clearly smaller than the 3 profound realms, but the martial artist's strength was not weak. Were these jade pendants? At that time, apart from the ancient giants, ordinary people won't be able to see your aura and realm. Lin Ling took out 2 sparkling jade pendants and smilingly put them on for Yu and the others. These 2 jade pendants were precious immortal weapons. This time, Lin Ling was here to search for the treasures in his memories. Hence, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, there were 4 human immortal sovereign races in the Great Saint Domain. If the 4 overlords joined forces, even a minor saint wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, the Great Saint Domain also had an ancient overlord. The 3 of them landed on the ground and found that the ancient city was extremely grand. It was like a giant beast lying on the ground. After entering the city, they found that there were mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. Big, it was really big. Among the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm, I'm afraid that no other city can compare to this city. Yu Yu was immediately surprised. Regarding this, Lin Ling was also surprised. Although he had been here before, there were no humans in the Saint's great territory at that time. There were only primeval forests and terrifying demonic beasts. This is very normal, because the other places in the Saint's great territory are filled with demonic beasts. There would be beast tides from time to time. Therefore, humans are all gathered together. Moreover, this city contains 300 countries and even has 4 immortal imperial clans. At this time, a young man wearing blue clothes smiled and said, "It should be your first time here, right? Could it be that you are from the border village?" This city was called Crystal City, but there were many border villages around the city. Those who did not have high status and strength lived there. Of course, the young man was so polite mainly because he felt that Yu Yu and the others were very beautiful, so he wanted to befriend them. Chapter 2030. Map disturbance, thank you. Yu Yu replied plainly. Her words seemed polite, but her attitude was cold. As for Annuer, she did not even look at the young man. She was as cold as an iceberg. Hee, thank you. Lin Ling replied with a smile as he led Yu Yu and the rest forward. I gave you face, but you don't want it. You're all frogs at the bottom of a well. You can't even tell my identity, yet you insist on following a country bumpkin. The young man was extremely unhappy. He could also tell that the 2 beauties were the man's lovers. Therefore, he was jealous. Why couldn't he win the hearts of the 2 beauties despite his high status? However, he was still afraid of the 36th Palace's guardian beast, so he could only leave gloomily. Let's go to Dao Seeking Mountain. We'll know the whereabouts of the treasure once we find it. Lin Ling continued to move forward according to his memory. Unfortunately, there were too many changes here, making it difficult for him to find it in a short period of time. However, Yu Yu's eyes were sharp. Very soon, she saw a shop selling maps. Immediately, everyone walked towards the shop. This shop was decorated beautifully. The windows and doors were made of crystal. Other than selling maps, there were also many other treasures for sale. To the warriors of Crystal City, maps were indispensable because this place was too big. Without a map, they would get lost. Buying maps? 1 map for 100 vitality stones. Lin Ling and the rest quickly saw that in the shop, many people were buying maps. As for the scantily dressed women, they were warmly entertaining the customers. Vitality stones? Yu Yu looked at Lin Ling happily. She did not expect that vitality stones were also used here. I don't have these things. Lin Ling spread his hands helplessly. At his level of strength, only treasures could catch his eye. As for vitality stones, he had already refined them. Hee, we have them and we have a lot of them, Yu Yu said with a smile. She seemed to be good at running a household. She held Annuer's hand and walked towards the counter. Excuse me, we want a map. The voice sounded. It was gentle and clear, instantly attracting the attention of the entire shop. What a beautiful woman. Not only is she beautiful, even her temperament is top-notch. The other one is a woman of ice and frost. She has a great figure. Kikike is such a beauty from the border village. Don't miss it. The crowd was discussing animatedly. Some of the young masters were getting excited. However, just as they were about to make a move, they suddenly realized that there was a young man following behind the 2 women. This young man was wearing a blue and white robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he looked very handsome. Most importantly, the faint and indifferent aura emanating from his body was extremely attractive. How handsome! He's a good match for those 2 women. The eyes of some female martial artists flickered. Although they saw that the youth's cultivation was the same as theirs, they still felt that there was something extraordinary about him. The young man was none other than Lin Ling. He was also wearing a jade pendant, and the aura on his body was strange. It could change according to the cultivation base of the person he was observing. He's not even at the level of Wusheng. He's just a pretty boy. Those young masters said jealously. Their cultivation base was not at the level of Wu Sheng, so when they looked at Lin Ling, they felt that Lin Ling had not reached the level of Wu Sheng. Lin Ling naturally heard the voices around him, but he ignored them. Sorry, 500 vitality stones. At this moment, the woman selling the map said indifferently, Isn't it 100 vitality stones? Yu was surprised. That depends on the person. Moreover, the Northern Immortal market is spread all over Crystal City. The price is set by us. The woman played with her nails and said with a look of disdain. Although the handsome man and woman in front of her gave off an extraordinary aura, her many years of experience told her that these people did not have any background. That was because the residents of Crystal City were divided into different levels. It could be seen from their clothes and the jade pendants they wore. And these people's clothes were completely different from those in Crystal City. They must be country bumpkins from the border village. That's too much. It was clearly 100 vitality stones before, but now it's 500. What a snob. Yu said with dissatisfaction. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind. 500 then. It's no big deal. Although he was extremely famous in the mortal realm, in the saint's great domain, he was just an ordinary person. And Lin Ling was not interested in announcing his identity. He did not have the time to show off his strength. Look at their clothes, it's not the style of Crystal City. They are definitely country bumpkins from the border village. Can they take out 500 vitality stones? Hee hee. Hee hee, they definitely don't want to lose face. Hee hee. Then I'll see how he takes it out. Hee hee. The surrounding people did not believe that Lin Ling could take out 500 vitality stones, especially those young masters. Their faces were complacent because if Lin Ling could not take out 500 vitality stones, not only would he lose face, they could also take advantage of the situation and let the two beauties know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, 500 origin stones was simply too little for a legend of the mortal world. Take it. 500 vitality stones. Bring the map over. All right. Before Yu could say anything, Enuer said coldly. They did not lack vitality stones, but they did not like that woman's snob. When 500 vitality stones were taken out, the entire shop gasped. 100 vitality stones was enough for an ordinary person to use for a year. Only martial artists would use it to buy maps. As for 500? The woman who sold the map was also surprised. How much commission did she want? And even if she got 100 vitality stones as commission, it would be enough for her to use for a year. However, when she saw Enuer's cold expression, she immediately felt unhappy. That was because the two women were too beautiful, causing her to be extremely jealous. Moreover, she guessed that the two women had braced themselves and taken out all their savings for the sake of face. Sorry, now it's 1,000 vitality stones. Fine. As she thought of this, the woman raised her chin and spoke. She knew that these people would definitely not be able to produce 1,000 origin stones. She planned to sell the map for 500 origin stones after these two women begged for mercy. At that time, she would teach them a good lesson. You're going too far. Fine. And Yu's brows furrowed. If you can't take out the money, then I can't sell the map to you. If you don't have money, then don't pretend to be rich. The woman sneered and said, Don't think that you're so great just because you can take out 500 vitality stones. I'm a member of the North Celestial Royal Family. What kind of money have I not seen? Also, those 500 vitality stones should be all your savings. You're too naive. Fine. You're too much. Fine. Yu had always been kind, but at this moment, she could not bear it anymore. The woman was clearly making things difficult for them. Interesting. Interesting. The people around them became interested. The market of the North Celestial Royal Family had always been based on status. Guests with low status naturally would not be treated well. Later, when we take out 1,000 vitality stones, are you going to raise the price by 10,000? Yu said again. Wait until you take it out first. I suspect that you don't have it at all. The woman began to play with her nails again, with an air of indifference. Let's go. It's just a map. Don't buy it from her. Go! Chapter 2031. Rich and willful. You really can't afford it. If you don't have money, why are you pretending? You're just a few country bumpkins. Do you really think you're residents of Crystal City? Get lost. Our shop is noble. Even if we don't want the commission, we won't do business with you. Don't dirty our floor. Seeing Lin Ling speak, the woman thought that Lin Ling couldn't pay the money. Brother Ling, let's just buy it. It's only 1,000 yuan stones anyway. Although Yu Yu felt wronged, when she thought of the purpose of this trip, she still said obediently, "Silly girl, I can't bear to let you suffer because of a map." Lin Ling held Yu Yu and Yuer's hands and left. However, when everyone thought that they were about to leave, Lin Ling's footsteps quickly came to a stop. He stared at the old man who had bought the map before and said, "How much is your map?" Everyone's eyes widened. It wasn't that Lin Ling didn't want to buy the map, but he didn't want to buy it from the shop. Don't sell it to him. The woman was immediately enraged. The old man smiled bitterly. Although he wanted to help Lin Ling, the market of the North Immortal royal family was not to be trifled with. 1,000 primeval stones. Lin Ling directly stated, causing the old man's expression to drastically change. The map he had bought was only 100 source stones. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's voice drifted out once again. 2,000 yuan stones. 5,000 yuan stones. Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons, blasting the old man into a daze, and the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. As for the woman, she still wanted to threaten the old man not to sell the map, but now she was excited. If she sold the map for 500 primeval stones, she could get a commission of 100 for her own use. What about 5,000? Her heart was beating violently. 10,000 primeval stones. However, a sound that caused her heart to beat even more fiercely rang out. 20,000. 30,000. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said unhurriedly. The old man was scared silly. The people around them were the same, especially those young masters. At this moment, a sense of inferiority rose in their hearts. 100,000. The sound Lin Ling spat out didn't sound like money at all. Plop. The old man was so scared that he sat down on the ground and presented the map with both hands. Sell, 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 nobody is allowed to stop me. The entire store was in an uproar. Those who had maps all handed them over. 100,000 primeval stones. They wouldn't be able to find so many in their lifetime. No, it would be 3 lifetimes. Lin Ling smiled, then nodded at Yu. Yu waved her right hand, and white primordial stones poured out from her green ring like water, piling up on the ground, making everyone lick their lips. It was really 100,000 renminbi for the map. A map of 100 primeval stones had actually been inflated to 100,000? Everyone couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. Their hearts were like thunder. This is what a tycoon is like. Even those young masters were rubbing their hands. If they could give their bodies to him, they would definitely agree. I've poured out a bit too much. Forget it, I won't take the extra. And Yuer roughly looked at the ground, then curled her lips and said, "There's about 50,000 extra primeval stones. Just treat it as a gift to this old man." With Lin Ling's current wealth, primeval stones were simply innumerable. 15 primeval stones were like a strand of hair to him. 50,000 extra, just treat it as a gift? The surrounding people looked like they were struck by lightning again. If Lin Ling was from the countryside, then they were even worse than country bumpkins. Let's go. Lin Ling naturally didn't have time to care about their thoughts. He took the map and left with Yu and the others. At this moment, Yu and Yuer were extremely happy. They stared at the woman who was already in a daze, then spread out their hands and said, "You're rich, you can do whatever you want." Money. The woman stood there trembling, then finally fainted. 15 primeval stones. What if she didn't look down on others and sold the map? That commission would be enough for her to live a happy life. Because of jealousy, because she looked down on Yu and the others, she missed out on a great fortune. "Sir, you're so generous in the market of the Northern Celestial Royal Family. Do you want to stay for a cup of tea?" Just as Lin Ling was about to step out of the door, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to invite Lin Ling to have tea, but it was obvious that he wanted to keep Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's previous actions were like a slap to their faces. "Not interested." Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he said, "What if I insist that you stay?" The middle-aged man's voice also became dignified. Lin Ling finally stopped, turned around, and said indifferently, "If you insist on keeping me, you'll regret it." His voice was calm, but it made the middle-aged man's whole body tremble, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. When he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, an indescribable pressure came over him, making him feel as if the whole world revolved around this young man. If he dared to keep this young man, heaven and earth would kill him. "Invite tea, but you don't have any sincerity, then forget it." Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Ling left again. The middle-aged man stood in place, not daring to move. Only when Lin Ling disappeared did he realize that his whole body was drenched in sweat, and there was also a puddle of water on the ground. Outside the street, Yu and the others were obviously very happy. The two girls were like little girls, buying things on both sides of the street, such as selling things to Lin Yi, buying things to Ancestor Tin, and buying things to Mo Nianchen. At this moment, they were perfectly satisfied, because their men could handle everything, just like what happened before. If it were an ordinary person, they could only swallow their anger, but their men wouldn't allow them to suffer any grievances and stood up for them, using crazy amounts of money to make the other party speechless. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was looking at the map. One had to admit that Crystal City was really big. Even with the map, it took Lin Ling a long time to find it. Dao Seeking Tower? Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. The former Dao Seeking Mountain had become the Dao Seeking Tower today, and looking at the geographical location, it should be that place. "Let's go, girl." Lin Ling waved to Yu and the others. "They're here." Yu and the others' voices came from afar. One had to admit that in a place where no one knew them, they were like ordinary people, letting loose as they pleased. Lin Ling also enjoyed this feeling. Of course, although no one knew them, they were still the center of attention on the street. What a handsome man, and those two girls are also very beautiful. They're a match made in heaven. I really envy that young man. Both of them are devastatingly beautiful. If I can get one of them in my life, I can die in peace. But looking at them, they don't seem to be local residents of Crystal City. Around the street, many people laughed. One had to admit that looking at a handsome man and a handsome woman was also a great enjoyment. Yu was holding a specialty of Crystal City in her hand. After taking a bite, she gave it to Lin Ling, and Yuer did the same. Just like that, the three of them headed towards the Dao Seeking Tower. Chapter 2032. Dao Seeking Restaurant. Wu Sheng 5th degree realm practitioners could be seen everywhere. There were even quite a number of 10th degree realm Wu Sheng practitioners. However, martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. But thinking about it, once one stepped into the martial emperor realm, one would be a martial emperor. How could such a person appear here so easily? Moments later, a towering restaurant appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. The restaurant was entirely white and looked extremely holy. It was divided into 10 levels, but its height seemed to be the highest restaurant in the entire Crystal City. Moreover, from the passers-by, it could be seen that everyone was extremely respectful towards the restaurant. Dao. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. He sensed a mysterious power of law spreading out. That was Dao. Heaven Dao, Martial Dao, they were all Dao. Interesting, I wonder if that old granny is still around. Lin Ling smiled and led Yu and the rest into the restaurant. Who is that person? How dare he enter Dao Seeking Restaurant? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be a resident of Crystal City. His guts aren't bad. There's a good show to watch. I think he's only Wu Sheng 1st degree realm. With such cultivation, he's just asking for humiliation if he wants to go up. The surrounding people sneered. Apparently, They had tried many times to enter Dao's Seeking Restaurant, but they were all stopped. Dao's Seeking Restaurant was the place to pursue Dao in Crystal City. Many geniuses and even the older generation experts who were stuck at a bottleneck would ascend Dao's Seeking Restaurant in search of an opportunity to break through. Moreover, the wine in this restaurant was extremely powerful and could greatly increase a practitioner's ability. Sir, without Wu Sheng Realm, you can't step into the restaurant. Moreover, ordinary Wu Sheng Realm cultivators can't step in either. Scram. There were 2 stone carvings at the entrance of Dao's Seeking Restaurant. At this moment, the stone carvings swayed and transformed into 2 white-haired old men who spoke coldly. The Black Skeleton Stone King has awakened. Hee, guess how many meters that youth will be swept away. Maybe he'll be swept out of Crystal City. That's right. In the past, someone wanted to enter the restaurant but was blocked by the Black Skeleton Stone King and was sent flying out of the city. Everyone looked forward to it even more. Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. He calmly looked at the 2 old men and didn't say a word. Then he led Yu and stepped inside. He sensed that these 2 stone men were in actual fact only in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, and this cultivation, he didn't need to care about it. How dare you! The 2 stone golems roared angrily, and a terrifying power of law spread out, causing the entire street to sway. Excuse me! Lin Ling softly shouted, but did not move. His gaze looked towards the stone man on his left as a frightening aura surged from the depths of his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and the space laws appeared. Like a pool of lightning, they blocked the stone man's laws. How dare you! The stone person on the right shouted angrily. He had been guarding this place for a long time, yet this was the first time he saw such an arrogant individual. Even if Huang's son Yuanshi came, he still wasn't this insolent. Yuanshi Zi was the strongest genius in the Saint's great domain, and also one of the Desolate's children of the mortal world. Stop! But just as the stone man on the right was about to make a move, an anxious shout was heard from not too far away. It was the stone man on the left. Let them in. Following that, the stone man on the left said something, which made everyone shocked. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and led Yu and the rest into the restaurant. Why? It was until Lin Ling and the other 2 disappeared before the stone man on the right opened his mouth. Earlier on, that young man didn't seem to make a move against his brother, so why did his brother stop him? Those 2 young ladies, their abilities are not bad. The stone man on the left said, as for that young man, he's even more terrifying. Although he didn't make a move against me, but from his eyes, if he really wanted to use force, he could destroy us. What? The stone man on the right couldn't help but tremble. Just one look and his brother was afraid? What was that young man's background? Was his ability so strong? Our responsibility is to stop those practitioners who haven't reached Wu Sheng's 1st degree realm from entering the restaurant. He has obviously reached the standard, so let him in. The stone man on the left said in a low voice. He also couldn't tell where Lin Ling came from, but the previous glance gave him an illusion that this young man seemed to be an ancient strong practitioner on the same level as Granny Wendao. When Yuanshi Zi entered Dao's Seeking Restaurant, I thought he was the only one who shocked us, but who knew that there was another one here? But this matter isn't something we can bother about, so let's continue to guard this place. The 2 stone men closed their eyes and once again turned into stone statues guarding the door. What's going on? Seeing this, those people from afar were even more confused as they started to discuss animatedly. On the other hand, Lin Ling led Yu into the restaurant. The restaurant surface area was very big, but it was also filled with a large number of practitioners, both young and old, whose cultivations were between Wu Sheng's 2nd degree realm. And when Lin Ling stepped in, many people instantly looked towards them. Because those who could enter Dao's Seeking Restaurant were those whose strength had been recognized. What a beautiful woman! Many young men secretly said. However, when they checked their cultivation, they found that Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as theirs. They didn't know that this was caused by the jade pendant immortal weapon that Lin Ling was wearing. What's this place for? Yu's beautiful eyes looked around curiously. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a stone tablet not far away. It was written that if one wanted to enter Dao Seeking Restaurant, they had to drink all 9 floors of Dao Seeking wine. Then, Lin Ling looked at the restaurant again and found that many people were sitting with wine cups in front of them. However, they didn't move at all. Some closed their eyes and pondered, while others looked at Lin Ling indifferently. It was extremely strange. It's so quiet. What are they doing? Even Yuer was curious. Ignore them. If you want to go to the 2nd floor, you have to drink first. Lin Ling shook his head and came to the front of the counter. There stood a cold old man, who seemed to be from ancient times. Do you want to drink? The old man said expressionlessly. 9 cups. We'll drink 3 cups each. Lin Ling said indifferently. If you want to go to the 2nd floor, you have to drink 3 cups of wine. Are you sure you want to drink now? The old man was slightly surprised because Lin Ling didn't hesitate and ordered the wine directly. I'm sure. Lin Ling nodded directly. The old man's eyes flickered and he took out 9 cups of wine. The wine looked pitch black and ripples spread out in the wine. It was as mysterious as the night. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't tell the origin of the wine in such a short time. Interesting. After so long, that old lady still likes to play with strange and novel things. Lin Ling shrugged, picked up the wine cup, and drank directly. This action caused everyone in the restaurant to be stunned. Then, everyone started to take pleasure in the misfortune of others. As for Lin Ling, after drinking a cup of wine, he immediately felt the source of real force in his dantian burning. Moreover, his power of law was also burning and was disappearing one by one. Why is this wine so fierce? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Ha! Chapter 2033. Mysterious wine. Where did this fool come from? Is the wine of Wendao restaurant so delicious? Someone said disdainfully. Looking carefully, there was already a cup of wine in front of him, but he still did not drink it. Clearly, he was brewing and hesitating whether to drink it or not. The wine of Wendao restaurant could burn the source of corporeal power and burn the precepts. If one's foundation was not strong, it was easy to become a cripple. That was why they were hesitating whether to drink it or not. Reckless. Looks like another cripple is born. Another person sneered, as if he was excited to see others in dire straits. Brotherling, are you okay? Yu and the rest asked nervously. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes and face were red, as if there was a mysterious force burning him. However, he realized that the power of precepts that had been burned seemed to have been tempered. The precepts were born again, and they were even more condensed. It turned out that this wine had such benefits. No wonder so many people came to drink it. As everyone knew, the number of precepts represented one's strength. The more precepts one had, the stronger one would be. However, if one met someone with greater talent, 1 precepts would be comparable to 2 precepts. Naturally, they would not be able to win. However, this wine could improve the quality of precepts, greatly increasing one's strength. It was similar to talent. Good wine. After realizing this, Lin Ling raised his head and drank. The strong wine entered his throat, and he was full of heroism. He had not experienced this feeling in a long time. This wine was even more ferocious than the strong wine of the demon race. He's really lucky to have survived the first glass of wine. It seems that being an idiot has its benefits too. Without fear, one's cultivation speed will be faster. The person who spoke earlier immediately said with jealousy. They still didn't dare to drink, so they were jealous of Lin Ling. That's right. I thought a cripple would be born. Another person said with dissatisfaction. Again. At this moment, Lin Ling picked up the 2nd cup of wine and poured it down his throat. Boom. In the depths of his dantian, black flames appeared around the source of corporeal power, burning continuously. However, it made Lin Ling's precepts even stronger. Again. Lin Ling drank more and more enthusiastically. This Wendao wine was not bad. Continuous drinking? The restaurant was silent. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Even the old man was shocked. Could it be that this guy was not Wu Sheng's 2nd-degree realm? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling downed 3 cups of wine. His boldness shocked the entire floor, especially the 2 people who had mocked Lin Ling. Their faces turned pale, because to be able to drink 3 cups of wine meant that the youth had already entered the 2nd floor. His strength was something they could only look up to. More. To everyone's horror, Lin Ling still wanted to drink more. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He immediately waved his hand and said, "This wine is very precious. Each person can only drink 3 cups. Moreover, after 3 cups, the effects will disappear. Sir, it's useless for you to ask for more wine. It doesn't matter as long as the wine is good," said Lin Ling with a smile. The old man was stunned. Lin Ling was actually doing this for the sake of tasting good wine? If Sir wants to drink stronger wine, why not go up to the 2nd floor? That old man suggested. Lin Ling nodded his head. But his gaze shifted and looked at the people who mocked him earlier. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me this restaurant forbids martial arts. As long as you don't kill, you can do anything." That old man immediately replied. The minute he said that, Lin Ling's gaze turned icy cold. If it was at the start, he couldn't be bothered to haggle over anything. But when the wine entered his throat, that impulse made him dare to raise his sword to the 9 heavens. This was using wine to move the heavens and earth. Thump. Hearing Lin Ling's words, all the practitioners on the 1st floor felt their hearts pounding. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ling. As for the 2 people who mocked Lin Ling, their bodies were trembling. "Drink the wine." Lin Ling's icy cold voice was heard. It made the 2 of them turn pale instantly. They lowered their heads, not daring to say a single word. "Killing is not allowed here, but it doesn't seem difficult to cripple you. You can continue acting. If you continue acting, I'll cripple you directly." Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The 2 people's teeth chattered. They knew they couldn't continue acting. They smiled and said, "We were just reminding you. We hope you don't take it to heart." Reminding? Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Moreover, I'm a very easygoing person. I don't mind the first time you mocked me. But it seems like this isn't the first time you've mocked me. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It shocked the 2 people so much that their ears hurt. "Sir, please show mercy." The 2 people immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. "Don't worry. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't cripple you. But I've drunk 3 cups of wine, so you'll have to drink your wine immediately," Lin Ling said indifferently. The 2 of them were stunned. If they didn't drink, Lin Ling would cripple them. But if they drank, if they weren't prepared enough, then it would be easy for their physical energy source to be burnt. Thinking in this way, the 2 of them considered fighting it out. But when they met Lin Ling's eyes, their hearts trembled. From Lin Ling's eyes, they sensed a terrifying might, as though killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. "We'll drink." They didn't dare to resist anymore. The 2 of them drank some strong wine. One of them spat out blood and his cultivation retreated. The other person fainted directly. His body surface was burning with black flames. Apparently, the 2 of them had failed. Whether they would become cripples or not would depend on when they woke up. So vicious. Many people subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling. They were certain that Lin Ling wasn't Wu Sheng's 2nd-degree realm cultivation. "Let's go. Prepare to go up to the 2nd story." Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and smiled. Yu and the rest pondered for a moment and raised their wine cups to drink. Instantly, the 2 ladies emitted a terrifying might, making everyone on the 1st story suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying aura. Where did these people come from? Why hadn't they seen them before? Even the elderly on the 1st story was extremely astonished. But Yu and the rest's cultivation was high, so they weren't used to it initially. But very soon, they weren't affected and instead, their cultivations improved by a notch. "We can go up to the 2nd story now." Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. He led the 2 ladies up to the 2nd story. After the 3 of them left, the 1st story hall then started to discuss. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be residents of Crystal City. Could they be from the fringe village? There's a high possibility of this. Their abilities are definitely Wu Sheng's third-degree realm. But those two who fainted, one of them is from the North Immortal Royal Residence while the other is from the Infinite Immortal Clan. Offending them would mean offending two human immortal emperors. Just wait, they will definitely be chased down when they reach the second story. Those people looked at the stairs in anticipation. But they were thinking too much. Chapter 2034. The 9th level, Dao Seeking Wine? Interesting. When they reached the second level, Lin Ling ordered 3 cups of wine in a blink of an eye. Yu and the others were the same, extremely heroic. Who are these guys? How dare they? The experts on the second level sneered. A few of them wanted to mock them, but they quickly realized that Lin Ling and the rest were unharmed. Instead, they looked like they were drunk. Instantly, all of them were like ducks being held by their necks, not daring to say a word. As for Lin Ling, he went straight to the 3rd level and ignored the people around him as he continued to drink. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. They gradually reached the 8th level. After drinking more than 10 cups of Dao Seeking Wine, Lin Ling and the rest felt a little tipsy. But the benefits were great. The power of law they possessed was more condensed and there was a hint of Dao. As for the Dao Seeking Tower, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into it. All the geniuses and experts from the Great Saint regions were in an uproar. Because the speed of Lin Ling and the rest was too fast. It could be said that they reached the 8th level in 2 hours. This was the first miracle in the Great Saint regions. Most importantly, no one knew where Lin Ling and the rest came from. The Dao Seeking Tower is divided into 10 levels. The 9th level is where the strongest person in the Great Saint regions, Wu Sheng, stayed. They actually managed to reach it. They will definitely fail. Previously we were just wrong. The 3 of them are definitely Wu Sheng's 10th realm, so it's not strange that they can reach the 9th level. That may not be so. Even if it's Wu Sheng's 10th realm, he may not be able to reach the 9th level. It is said that primeval beginning is there. Moreover, there are many ancient experts there too. Some of them have been there for thousands of years. The entire Dao Seeking Tower was discussing Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest did not care at all. They walked up the stairs and were about to reach the 9th level. There are only 15 cups of wine on the 9th level. The more people who come up, the more competition there is. Scram. At this moment, 3 figures spoke coldly at the top of the stairs. Looking carefully, these 3 people were not young anymore, and their strength was also unfathomable. Seniors, must you stop us? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. The people on the 9th floor are either rich or respectable. Those without a background are not allowed to enter. Scram. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram, I'll send you scram. Do you see the window? If you don't want to be thrown out of the window, disappear from my sight immediately. The 3 elders spoke indifferently as they looked down at Lin Ling's group. You're older, so I'll give you face. But if you insist on stopping me, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling said again. What are the consequences? Those old men all laughed out loud. Hearing this, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense and took a step forward. However, at this time, Yu and the others stopped Lin Ling with a smile and were about to attack. It could be seen that with the help of the strong alcohol, their courage had grown by quite a bit. These 2 little girls. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Let's settle this quickly. I heard that there are only 15 cups of wine. We can't miss it. Alright. Yu and the others stepped onto the stairs. Little girl, don't think that you can ignore your seniors just because you have some ability. Today, I'll teach you on behalf of your master. Those few old men's statuses were obviously not low. They were the 4 great human immortal royal family's guardians. When they saw Yu and the others making a move, they also exploded with terrifying power of law. That level of law had reached over 3,000. One had to know that an ordinary 10th stage realm, Wu Sheng had around 2,500 laws. But they had around 3,600 laws. From this, it could be seen that they had cultivated for a longer time than ordinary people. Today, I'll teach you what the power of law is." Those old men all said in a dignified manner, their words filled with arrogance. Of course, they had enough qualifications to be proud. However, just as their laws exploded, Yu and Enuer also released their powerful auras. One had 4,000 laws, the other had 5,000 laws. Most importantly, those laws were more terrifying than ordinary laws. What? Those old men's pupils constricted. These two girls were not old, but they had more laws than them? Moreover, some practitioners relied on the power of law, martial arts, or external objects to increase their power of law. But the girls in front of them seemed to have reached 5,000 laws just by exploding their auras. Papa. One by one, slender hands patted those old men's shoulders, instantly making their auras disappear. One of the old men did not believe in heresy and once again exploded with his power. But his face was red from holding it in. His power of law was suppressed. This meant that the difference in strength between him and Yu and the others was too great. Yu and Enuer both laughed and said, "Teach us the power of law?" Although the laughter was pleasant to the ears, when it landed in those old men's ears, it was immediately like a resounding slap. Those old men were all stunned. One of them wanted to say something, but Enuer had already turned cold. Lin Ling said to throw you out. You dare? Do you know who we are? We are the protectors of the 4 great worldly immortal royal families. Those old men were furious. One had to know that if they left Dao Seeking Tower, it would be 10 years before they could come back again. Moreover, if they were thrown out, how humiliating would that be? I don't know them. To the surprise of those old men, Enuer directly said coldly, "You." Those old men were all fuming with anger. In the great Saint domain, who did not know the 4 great worldly immortal royal families? This was simply a joke. However, in reality, Enuer really did not know them. Enuer began to throw people out through the window of the stairs. "Sister Yu, leave one for me." Yu also began to throw people out. The actions of the 2 women caused all the martial artists on the 8th floor to suck in a breath of cold air. Moreover, there was a strange feeling in their hearts. Although the actions of the 2 women were overbearing, because they were so beautiful, even if they threw people away, they were still beautiful. Of course, this was beautiful, but no one dared to underestimate the strength of these 2 women. In fact, some people were secretly jealous of Lin Ling because Lin Ling actually had 2 beautiful and powerful lovers. It was very enviable. The North Celestial Royal Family will not let you go. Little girl, you have guts. Those old men were thrown out of the restaurant one by one, leaving behind harsh words before they left. Boring. I'm tired of hearing such words. Enuer imitated Lin Ling and shrugged. Yu also shrugged cutely. As for those old men, they were thrown out on the street, attracting a large number of onlookers. They were so angry that their faces turned red and their ears turned red. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not expect Yu and Yu to play a prank on him. He led the 2 women to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was also the last floor. It was said that those who could reach the 10th floor would be able to meet the owner of the restaurant. Lin Ling came here to meet the owner of the restaurant. Chapter 2035. 3 corpses, their goal was the 15 cups of wine in the center. Only after drinking 3 cups of wine would they be qualified to go to the 10th level. However, there were only 15 cups of wine, which meant that only 5 people could go to the 5th level. Therefore, although the vast hall seemed to be quiet, the competition was actually extremely intense. After Lin Ling and the other 2 stepped in, they immediately broke the immersed atmosphere, causing numerous gazes to look over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the crowd. There were more than a dozen people here, but less than 5 of them were worthy of his attention. One of the young men was very strong and had primeval qi. He seemed to be stronger than Tianzong Shenwu and the others because his cultivation had reached level 1 martial emperor realm. The other person was an old man who had been cultivating for a long time. He was also a rank 1 martial emperor. As for the third person, she was a female swordsman. Judging from her aura, Lin Ling guessed that she was from one of the 4 immortal royal families. She was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that the strongest cultivators of the Great Saint Realm were gathered here. While Lin Ling was inspecting them, everyone was also looking at Lin Ling. All of them were a little surprised, because on the surface, Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high. It couldn't even compare to the 2 beautiful women beside him. Who is this person? Why does he feel so familiar? One of them, a young man in a loose robe, frowned. He was one of the children of desolation, primordial beginning. Of course, no matter how low Lin Ling's cultivation was, the fact that Lin Ling was able to reach the 9th floor was proof of his strength. However, that was all there was to it. Because none of the people present were weak, and with the arrival of Lin Ling's group, there wasn't enough wine to go around. It seems that the Battle of Genesis has caused quite a stir. The experts of the mortal world are all eager to take action. They are all preparing for the tournament of heavenly legends that will be held in a year's time. However, some people don't know their limits. They think that they have the ability to participate in the tournament of heavenly legends, so they came to the Dao Seeking Tower to improve their strength. What a disgrace! Suddenly, a young man spoke in a cunning and harsh manner, and the person he spoke to was surprisingly Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling's appearance made him very unhappy. Of course, the others felt the same way. In their minds, if they wanted to participate in the Prodigy Tournament, they had to be at least at the Martial Emperor realm. Although Lin Ling and the other 2 were powerful, they were clearly not at the Martial Emperor realm. With such strength, they might as well give up the opportunity to become stronger and help others. Lin Ling didn't say much. He was paying attention to the situation in the restaurant to see if there were any hidden experts. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Yu and the others were dissatisfied. Lin Ling was the son of Huang, and it was certain that he would participate in the Battle of Prodigies. What right did that person have to mock Lin Ling? Moreover, they had come here to ascend to the 10th level, so what did that have to do with that person? You sound so powerful. Could it be that you're going to participate in the Tournament of Prodigies? And Yuer said indifferently. The young man smiled faintly and said confidently, I can't say that I'm powerful. However, I'm from the North Celestial Royal Family, and I'm the strongest young talent in the entire royal family. I'm also famous in the Sage Realm. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Shizi, who was not far away, and said, although I'm not as good as Senior Yuan, he can definitely participate in the Tournament of Prodigies. However, as long as I work hard, I can also participate. It's better than some people who overestimate themselves. So, you're not qualified to participate now? A person who is not qualified to participate in the Tournament of Prodigies has the nerve to criticize others? I don't know who gave you the confidence, or is it that the North Celestial Royal Family is all so thick-skinned? And Yuer said coldly. Her words made the young man's expression freeze, and he was speechless. Yu also took advantage of the alcohol from before to say, you said before that others can't see themselves clearly. Aren't you the same? When the 2 women spoke, the young man's face immediately turned green. He thought that his demeanor had moved the 2 beauties, but it turned out that the 2 beauties were laughing at him. The young man did not care about being laughed at by ordinary people, but being laughed at by 2 beauties, one could imagine how he felt. Lin Ling still ignored the young man. He used his soul power to check the surroundings. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he was finally ready to make a move. He took a step forward and walked toward the center of the hall to grab a cup of wine. As soon as he moved, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be broken, and the eyes of the experts moved. When Dao wine was not tasty. Firstly, the wine on the 9th floor had more side effects. Secondly, there was less wine and more people. How dare you? The young man who had asked the others to gather their power of law immediately retracted it. That young man was called Bei Mu, and he was the #1 genius of the North Celestial Royal Family. If he made a move, he should be able to stop Qin Haodong. Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear him and continued to walk forward. North Celestial Golden Brilliant Fist. Bei Mu was furious and threw out a punch. His fist was like a rising sun, and every ray of light was a fist imprint. The restaurant shook, and even the experts on the 8th floor felt the pressure. 6,000 power of law. Someone exclaimed. Bei Mu was only in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, but the number of laws he possessed was terrifying. It was just that when this kind of strength encountered Lin Ling, it was clearly still a notch weaker. Scram! Lin Ling shouted with an expressionless face. He could sense that Bei Mu was only a 4th-grade divine rank genius. Although he had a lot of laws, Bei Mu's laws were still weaker than his own. Azura Demon King. Lin Ling punched out, his physical strength erupting. Moreover, it contained the power of the space laws. Kakaka. Spatial cracks appeared, appearing all around Lin Ling like pools of lightning. Boom. The punch seemed to reach the center of the golden light. What? The young man's expression changed drastically as a powerful force attacked him, causing him to lose control of his body. He crashed into the wall of the restaurant and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lost? How is that possible? Seeing this, the eyes of everyone in the restaurant flickered. Bei Mu was in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm and his cultivation was not weak. He could probably defeat all the other experts in Wu Sheng's realm. However, the young man's full-strength punch had defeated Bei Mu. This was undoubtedly shocking. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling did not use his full strength, they would be even more shocked. Not good. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. Due to a moment of carelessness, Lin Ling had actually picked up one of the cups. It was too late to stop him now. Lin Ling had already drank it in one gulp. When the black flame wine entered his throat, it was even more ferocious than the previous cups. Boom! Lin Ling's body was ignited by a mysterious flame. The most terrifying thing was that the flame contained the mysterious power of law. No one dared to get close to it. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, the people in the restaurant said coldly. Lin Ling was probably going to die. After all, if the wine tasted good, they would have attacked long ago. Burning the body, soul, and law wine. In the ancient times, there was a Tao-seeking cultivator who severed the 3 corpses to obtain the law of heaven and earth. So that's how it is. Chapter 2036. 3 cups of wine. Because he was rank 3 Wu Sheng, his foundation was the most solid. Moreover, he had 2 great talents and an extremely powerful body. Beheading 3 corpses, the upper corpse worm is called Preng Ho. It lives in the head and causes the person to become stupid and have no intelligence. The middle corpse worm is called Preng Ji. It lives in the chest and causes the person to have delusions and worries. The lower corpse worm is called Preng Jiao. It lives in the stomach and causes the person to desire food and drink. Only by beheading 3 corpses can one become a saint, blessed by the heavens. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He did not expect the old man to comprehend this mysterious Tao-seeking wine after so many years of comprehension. Boom! Almost at the same time, the flames on Lin Ling's body receded. This wine not only refined Lin Ling's laws, it also improved his cultivation. Still alive? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were shocked. Hee, not only am I alive, I almost broke through. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly landing on Bei Mu, who was on the wall. He moved and appeared in front of Bei Mu, punching out, but it instantly stopped in front of Bei Mu's face. The terrifying wind caused Bei Mu's hair to flutter, and at the same time, his cold voice floated out. You said I can't see myself clearly? Hearing this, Bei Mu's body trembled. So strong, did this young man not use his full strength in the previous clash? Bei Mu wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His confidence had been destroyed. You are not qualified to come to the 9th floor. Lin Ling withdrew his fist and turned to leave, leaving Bei Mu standing there trembling. His cultivation is not high, and he doesn't have many laws. How could he win against Bei Mu? Everyone in the restaurant frowned. This was the first time they felt that Lin Ling was not simple, especially that Huang's son Yuan Shizi. He felt that Lin Ling was very familiar. Your Excellency really knows how to act. You're obviously not weak, but you pretend to be weak. Using this opportunity, you snatched the first cup of wine. I have to say, you're really scheming. It was Grand Protector Lunisolar from the Boundless Immortal Tribes. He had been in the Tao Seeking Tower for 1,000 years and had yet to drink a single cup. However, Lin Ling was able to drink one and was completely unscathed. This made him extremely jealous. Scheming? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the old man indifferently. Then I'm going to drink the second cup now. You can see if I'm pretending to be weak. You won't be able to drink the second cup. Everyone here can defeat Baimu, they just don't bully him. Defeating him doesn't mean anything. The old man said indifferently, Of course, I am very curious as to how you were able to drink the first cup of wine. I think you will tell me the method. Give it a try then. Lin Ling turned around and walked towards the center. He was going to drink the second cup of wine. The crowd frowned. The young man was crazy to want to drink the second cup. After all, the wine could burn people to death. Otherwise, why would they hesitate for such a long time? Moreover, Lin Ling was going to drink the second cup of wine. Wasn't he ignoring them? Take another step forward and try. The old man frowned, but Lin Ling still walked forward. The old man finally made his move. Buddhist Butcher Saber. The old man took a step forward and instantly appeared above Lin Ling. His palm was like a saber as it ruthlessly chopped down. This saber was merciless and could kill everything. It had the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Lunisolar has also made his move. This senior has killed 10 billion people in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that he was just one step away from stepping into the martial emperor realm and becoming a big shot in the human realm, he wouldn't be here today. I saw that young man earlier. The strength he displayed was Wu Sheng's 9th stage. He can't stop Lunisolar. All the experts squinted their eyes and analyzed the strength of the two sides. Clang. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling made his move. The law of space erupted. Above his head, the old man continued to chop down with his palm. You're still too inexperienced. 8,000 Buddhist Butcher Chi. His law energy was obviously more terrifying. It had almost reached 10,000, and 10,000 law energy was the dividing line. That was the symbol of the martial emperor realm. It was unknown what the restaurant was made of, but it was extremely hard. At this moment, cracks appeared on the floor and Lin Ling's legs began to sink. Obviously, Lin Ling was no match for the old man with the law of space. Get out of here. Seeing this, the old man's aura rose. Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Although his trump card could kill a big shot in the human realm, that was only with the strength of a minor saint. His own strength was still lacking. Now, through the battle, he was slowly making up for his lack of foundation. That's not necessarily true. His right hand was still holding the sword. White flames appeared on his left hand. The aura of the King of Hell erupted. Yellow spring flame. As soon as the mysterious flame appeared, everyone in the restaurant was astonished. In the current world, there were only two people who were good at using the yellow spring flame. One was the Yellow Spring Emperor, and the other was the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. This meant that the young man was Lin Ling. Why is he here? Yuan Shizi frowned. The Divine Marquis Mansion and the North Celestial Emperor wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling shouldn't have dared to come here. The Son of Desolation? The others also frowned. No wonder this young man was so strong. It was said that Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the human realm, demon race, deity race, and ghost race. You're Lin Ling. As for the old man who attacked, he was also surprised at this moment. But soon he sneered, so what if you're the Son of Desolation? In this world, strength determines everything. He wanted to break Lin Ling's sword. But gradually, he realized that Lin Ling was getting further and further away from him. It was as if he was floating away. Then he realized that it wasn't Lin Ling who was floating away, it was him who was floating away. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared above the restaurant, and a powerful suction force sucked the old man into the 6 paths of reincarnation. You said that I bullied the weak and that I'm a schemer. That's why I drank the first cup of wine? Lin Ling didn't even look at the old man. The old man's face became paler. Lin Ling wasn't scheming, he just didn't want to attack from the beginning. If Bei Mu hadn't attacked, Lin Ling wouldn't have used his strength. Obviously, he wasn't scheming. Wait, I admit defeat, the old man said anxiously. He was getting closer and closer to the reincarnation flame. He could even see the mysterious black space in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him. If he hadn't been able to block the Buddha slaughtering blade, he would have died. Since the old man came with killing intent, how could Lin Ling be lenient? No! The old man roared and disappeared into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was just a step away from reaching the martial emperor realm. Unfortunately, he had waited for so many years and in the end, he had failed. The Yellow Springs Flame, a 5th grade divine world talent? Moreover, the reincarnation flame gave me a great pressure. Lin Ling probably has the strength of 10,000 laws. Chapter 2037. Zhan Wu. Lin Ling's monstrous talent could only be understood after witnessing it with one's own eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling was extremely famous in the mortal world, devil world and nation of God. Today, he was going to bring his name to the great saint domain? I'll drink the 2nd cup. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a wine cup appeared. He raised his head and drank. Many people squinted their eyes at the sight. Lin Ling had used his formidable strength to obtain the qualifications to participate. As for Bei Mu, his face was pale. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling was wasting cultivation resources. But now, he knew that Lin Ling was the Desolate's son and was qualified to participate in the competition. Bei Mu, who was not qualified to participate, was mocking Lin Ling. This was extremely ironic. Boom! After drinking the 2nd cup, Lin Ling's body began to burn again. The sage severing 3 corpses had begun to sever the corpse worm Pengji. According to legends, only by severing the 3 corpses could one become a true martial emperor. However, severing the 3 corpses was very difficult, so most cultivators did not sever the 3 corpses. The advantage of severing the 3 corpses was that it could expel all impurities, not only the physical body, the soul, but also the law. Lin Ling's law energy had not only become more condensed, but its quantity had also increased crazily. With the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he could release 10,000 law energy. However, he only had 1,800 law energy. Now, his law energy had increased to 2,800, a total of 1,000 law energy. Looking at Lin Ling's increase in strength, the crowd was envious. They could not understand why Lin Ling was fine after drinking the wine. How could they know that Lin Ling was a 3rd revolution Wusheng and had 2 divine rank talents? In addition, his soul force was strong and his essence, qi and soul had reached their peak. Therefore, he could withstand the Tao-seeking wine. The 3rd cup. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with passion. He's still drinking? Everyone's jaws dropped. Even primordial beginning Z was the same. He was a 1st-level martial emperor, but he did not dare to drink 3 cups in a row. Didn't anyone stop him? Someone whispered. Lin Ling was drinking right in front of them. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to them. However, Yuan Shizi shook his head. The other martial emperor also shook his head. This was not because they believed that Lin Ling was stronger than them. It was just that Lin Ling was able to erupt with 10,000 laws. This meant that it would be very difficult for them to defeat Lin Ling. Moreover, there were 15 glasses of wine. Lin Ling drinking 3 glasses wouldn't affect him at all. Looks like everyone acknowledges his strength, even Yuan Shizi. Seeing this, many people secretly shook their heads. No one dared to go up. Then let me do it. Wu Wu, the female swordsman from the celestial race, was half a step away from becoming a martial emperor. She was second only to Yuan Shizi in the great saint realm. Not long ago, she was also a desolate child. Of course, with her strength, it was impossible for her to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at the woman in surprise. In fact, he felt that Yu Yu was stronger than the woman. We have been here for many years, so we have formed a rule. Anyone who wants to drink must accept the challenge. Although you are a desolate child, the rule cannot be broken. The woman said coldly. An ancient sword appeared in her hand, buzzing continuously. Seeing this, Lin Ling was somewhat impressed. When he erupted with powerful strength, no one dared to stop him. However, this woman had the arrogance of a swordsman. She was like a snow plum blossom in a frozen sky. She still dared to challenge him. Her temperament was very good. All right. Lin Ling also pulled out his tyrannical song sword. He respected arrogant and unyielding martial artists very much. Although you are a desolate child and your strength is very strong, you should know that I am a swordsman. It is common for me to turn defeat into victory. Don't underestimate me. Wu Wu said indifferently. Since we are already opponents, then I won't underestimate you. Lin Ling said. Wu Wu nodded with satisfaction. If Lin Ling played with her from above, then it would be like she had been humiliated. However, Lin Ling did not. He treated everyone equally. Be careful, flying snow sword. Wu Wu attacked. Her sword seemed fancy, but it was very practical. There were not many laws, but they were all condensed at the tip of the sword. It was a very terrifying sword. In the restaurant, ice and snow filled the sky. The sword was like a white rainbow piercing the sun. From this point of view, Wu Wu was stronger than Baimu. Moreover, if the chief law protector really wanted to fight to the death, he might not be a match for Wu Wu. Because every battle between swordsmen was a battle of life and death. What a fierce sword! Lin Ling was shocked. He pointed his tyrannical song sword forward, and the laws of space erupted. It actually collided with the sword amidst the flying snow. Rumble! The power of two laws erupted, and the restaurant swayed. It's not over yet. To everyone's surprise, Wu Wu was like a ribbon. She actually passed through the tip of Lin Ling's sword and stabbed out. This sword was no doubt amazing. Although Wu Wu's laws of space were not much, each of her attacks was fatal. Her ability to control the situation is so strong. Lin Ling praised inwardly. In his eyes, the sword was like the horizon. It was getting closer and closer to his forehead. Although his godly demon body had reached great success, he did not doubt that if the sword stabbed him, he would definitely be injured. You lost. Almost at the same time, Wu Wu's voice sounded. It's still early. At the critical moment, Lin Ling quickly withdrew his sword. On the huge sword, the laws of space erupted. Clang. Wu Wu's sword stabbed the body of the tyrannical song sword, and it could not move any further. So powerful! Seeing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. Moreover, his ancient sword gave up its agility and increased its defense. Could both attack and defend. Even Wu Wu was full of admiration. However, at this time, Lin Ling did not show any mercy. After blocking the sword, he swung his ancient sword. Great creation! If this sword hit Wu Wu, it would definitely split her into two. This sword was also extremely ruthless. Wu Wu's expression changed. However, she did not blame Lin Ling. On the contrary, if Lin Ling showed mercy, it would be a humiliation to her. Snow Dance Begonia. At the critical moment, Wu Wu's figure turned into a ribbon again. It was extremely flexible and looked extremely beautiful. It was as if the sword of heaven was dancing. She immediately avoided Lin Ling's sword. However, her sword suffered a calamity. Because she had channeled all her laws into her movement technique, it caused her sword to be extremely weak. Her sword was suddenly cut in half by Lin Ling. Wu Wu also appeared on the other side with half of her sword in hand. Amazing! I didn't expect Wu Wu's sword to be so strong. Lin Ling is also very powerful. As expected of the Son of Desolation. Previously, I thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose with Wu Wu's sword. Who knew that Lin Ling would reverse the situation? Moreover, I thought that Wu Wu would definitely be killed by Lin Ling's domineering sword. However, she dodged it. This is a battle between a light sword and a heavy sword. Both have their own advantages. It depends on who can display their advantages. Chapter 2038. Convinced. June's flying frost. One sword breaks the snowy sky. While everyone was still in shock, Wu Wu had just stabilized her footing when she suddenly exploded with a terrifying power of law. causing the restaurant to be filled with swords. Moreover, it formed the most dazzling sword. Amidst the flying snow, it was as if a fairy had passed through. This sword contained 10,000 power of law. What? Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw this. Wu Wu actually possessed a fatal strike. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A swordsman was indeed a martial artist who rose from the brink of death. Body of God and demon, Azura demon bone, God and demon world creation. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling exploded with all his power of law and integrated it into his sword. He was going all out. Brother Ling! Yu Yu and the rest instantly shouted out in worry. Unfortunately, Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear them. Boom! The two swords collided once again. Ice and space laws exploded. Everything in the restaurant turned into dust. As for those below the 9th level, all the martial artists found it difficult to breathe. They immediately knew that a terrifying battle had broken out on the 9th level. Swoosh! At the same time, a black shadow shot out and crashed heavily in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's body was stained with blood, and so was the corner of his mouth. However, he still stood there. Not far from him, Wu Wu stood with her broken sword. Her breathing was a little hurried. Apparently, she had exploded with all her strength in the previous sword. However, her eyes were filled with intense shock. Because Lin Ling had not lost yet. My sword has given up on agility and speed, but its advantage is defense. Lin Ling said indifferently, moreover, you're only at the peak of Wu Sheng, but you exploded with 10,000 power of law. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your foundation? Hee, don't think that I'm not famous. In the 9th level, my strength is ranked 3rd, just below Yuan Shizi. As for me exploding with 10,000 power of law, it's nothing. You must know that the number 1 emperor of the 4 eras, Li Xiaoyao, also exploded with 10,000 power of law when he was at Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. Moreover, you also exploded with 10,000 power of law when you were at Wu Sheng's 9th stage realm. Therefore, challenging the limit is the characteristic of a genius. Wu Wu said proudly. However, when she mentioned Li Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Ling was a little stunned, but he said seriously, you saw them challenge their limits, but do you know the regret in their hearts? Take Li Xiaoyao for example. When he was at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, he was indeed able to erupt with the power of 10,000 laws. However, it was precisely because of this that he regretted it after stepping into the martial god realm. This was because his foundation was not solid enough. He was not a 3rd revolution martial saint, and his power of laws was not able to sever the 3 corpses. If it was not for his perseverance and his efforts to make up for it, he would have been stuck at the same spot, unable to advance any further. How do you know all these? Wu Wu was shocked. Lin Ling shook his head. He definitely knew. He said indifferently, I can currently erupt with 10,000 units of the power of laws because my foundation is solid. The world only sees my achievements, but they don't know the price I paid behind the scenes. After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. I haven't lost yet. Let's fight again. Boom. The godly demon body appeared behind him. It was as if his feet were on the ground and his head was touching the sky. He took a big step forward and punched out with the Azura Demon King fist. Flying snow sky. Upon seeing this, Wu Wu also waved her broken sword and started fighting again. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them were injured and had exploded with their full strength. Therefore, they were evenly matched. However, everyone could see that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage. After all, Tian Wu's attacks were more agile, while Lin Ling's attacks were more powerful and his defense was strong. 100 moves. 200 moves. 300 moves. Lin Ling seemed to be defeated every time, but he managed to hold on. However, the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Upon seeing this, Yu Yu and the rest were even more worried. The experts in the restaurant secretly clenched their fists. Could it be that Wu Wu could defeat Lin Ling? Could she stop Lin Ling from drinking the 3rd cup of wine? If that was the case, it would be a great honor. However, just as they had this thought, Wu Wu floated backward and said indifferently, "I admit defeat." Boom. As soon as she said this, everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling was about to lose, but Wu Wu admitted defeat? This was too fake. "Wu Wu, don't embarrass the great Saint Regent." One of the experts frowned and said. Wu Wu held the broken sword and did not even look at that person. She returned to where she was previously standing. "If you are not convinced, then go ahead. Why did no one dare to fight before? Only when I went to fight, you came to criticize me." The expert looked embarrassed and said, "Even so, at least you have a chance to win." "Yes, don't tell me you want to see him drink the third cup of wine? We've been here for so long, but none of us drank a cup of wine. Do you want Lin Ling to benefit from it? If he drinks the third cup of wine, it will be a disgrace to the great Saint Regent." The others were unwilling to give up. Only Yuan Shizi frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, he said, "It's not that Wu Wu is losing to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling is losing to Wu Wu." As soon as he said this, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning again. Wu Wu's sword is broken. Lin Ling does not want to take advantage of her, so he abandoned his sword to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling has been using the talent of the celestial demon body. He did not use the flame of the underworld. Otherwise, Wu Wu would have been defeated. Yuan Shizi looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, at this moment, he finally knew why Lin Ling could become the leader of the Desolation's children. "What? I see. I knew it. How could Lin Ling be so weak? So, they are competing with their swords." Everyone was enlightened. They looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was already covered in injuries. However, even if he was injured and almost died, he did not explode with more strength. Everything was for the sake of competing with their swords. This was also to respect Wu Wu. Wu Wu did not know this at first, but she guessed it after the continuous battles. Therefore, she admired Lin Ling. Now, not only her, even Yuan Shizi was secretly admiring him. This was a cultivator of our generation. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly and ignored everyone's thoughts. He picked up the third cup of wine and drank it. The scorching mysterious flame, Lin Ling's law, and the third corpse was severed. Boom. Not long after, Lin Ling's body exploded with a powerful aura. The law surged, causing the restaurant to shake again. Realm breakthrough. Lin Ling had reached Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. The total number of laws in his body was more than 3,500, which was 1,000 more than ordinary people. This was the advantage of the third transformation Wu Sheng. At the beginning, it was increased by 200, but later on, the increased law multiplied. This was also because of the Wendai Wine's addition. Looking at Lin Ling's breakthrough, the admiration in Wu Wu's eyes grew stronger. She felt that Lin Ling deserved to drink the third cup of wine. She accepted her previous loss wholeheartedly. She even saw a familiar figure on Lin Ling. That was the figure of Li Xiaoyao whom she admired the most in her life. Chapter 2039. Asked Granny. Wu Wu thought to herself. Before she met Lin Ling, she thought that the child of famine was only SOSO. But after personally interacting with him, she finally realized that in terms of monstrous geniuses and geniuses, there was still a great distance between her and Lin Ling. When Wu Sheng was in the 9th realm, his strength was already comparable to a rank 1 martial emperor. Now that he has broken through, his strength is unimaginable. Everyone in the hall sighed. This was especially true for Yuan Shizi. Although he was at rank 1 martial emperor realm, he was confident that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Of course, if his talent increased by another level, he could still defeat Lin Ling. After all, there was still some time before the tournament of geniuses. "Brother Ling, you've broken through." When Lin Ling opened his eyes, Yu Yu and the rest happily walked over and smiled. "I actually haven't broken through to the martial emperor realm. I've severed 3 corpses. Not only my physical body, but even my soul and laws have been tempered. How disappointing." Lin Ling said with a frown. Although severing 3 corpses seemed simple, in reality, it was more important than any heavenly treasure. It could even be compared to third transformation Wusheng. Therefore, it would be strange if Lin Ling was not disappointed that he did not break through in one go this time. Yu Yu and the others were speechless. Yuan Shizi and the others were speechless. If not for the fact that they couldn't defeat Lin Ling, Yuan Shizi would have attacked him. After all, it was difficult for Wu Sheng to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling had broken through, but he was still not satisfied. Yu Yu, drink this wine too. It can increase your strength again. Lin Ling said to Yu Yu and the others. Yes. Yu Yu and Luo Feng nodded their heads. They picked up their wine cups and began to drink. If it was at the beginning, the people around them would definitely stop them. But now no one dared to stop them. Moreover, many people secretly admired Lin Ling. Boom. As soon as the two women drank the wine, a five-colored light soared into the sky. That aura seemed to be the real Tao. And Yuer, on the other hand, was surrounded by a dreamy world. There was the scenery of the northern kingdom and the starry sky. It made one feel as if they were in an illusion. Everyone's jaws dropped. Forget about Lin Ling. He was the son of Huang, so he could be safe and sound after drinking the Tao-seeking wine. But the woman beside him was also safe and sound? This was especially true for the old man who had been here for 1,000 years. Even his beard was puffed up because he had been hesitating for 1,000 years. But this girl was straightforward. After drinking a mouthful of wine, her strength increased greatly. It would be strange if he was not jealous. Brother Ling, another cup. Yu Yu said again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Yu Yu and Yu Yang were both talented in the Shen body. If something happened to them, then no one would be qualified to drink the Tao-seeking wine. Boom. As soon as the second cup of wine entered their stomachs, the power of laws of the two women became like a violent storm. What kind of freak is this? Yuan Shizi's body trembled. He had thought that Lin Ling was monstrous enough. Who knew that the two women were even more monstrous? Third cup. The more Yu Yu and Yu Yang drank, the more excited they became. The third cup entered their stomachs. Boom. And Yuer's cultivation had broken through and her power of laws had become more condensed. Moreover, a terrifying soul force was emitted, causing everyone in the restaurant to tremble. Rank 1 Martial Emperor Realm. This. Everyone pointed at the two women, wishing that they could dig a hole and hide in it. They had cultivated bitterly for many years, but in an instant, they were defeated by the two women. Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his heart. You're back? That's great. After that, a staircase slowly extended down from the 9th floor. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. Could it be that Lin Ling was qualified to enter the 10th floor? This made them even more jealous. I'm so envious of this kid. I heard that Elder Wendao is an expert from a much older era than Taoist came. With his guidance, any martial arts bottleneck can be overcome. Yuan Shizi was depressed. He had never thought that Lin Ling would enter the 10th floor. Lin Ling smiled. He came here not for Elder Wendao's guidance, but to find the treasures left behind in the past. I'll go up first. If you've been waiting for too long, you can go out and take a walk. After saying that, Lin Ling walked up the stairs. After a while, Lin Ling reached the 10th floor. What was surprising was that this place was like a fairyland. There were green mountains, flowing streams, and calm seas. It was as if he had come to another world. In that fairyland-like world, an old woman was holding a shower head and watering the flowers. When she sensed Lin Ling's arrival, she turned around and smiled. You're finally back. Lin Ling looked at the old woman with a smile. She was Elder Wendao, the mother of the great Saint Domain. She was even older than him. In the past, when Xiaoyao first came to the great Saint Domain, he came in contact with Elder Wendao and had a good relationship with her. At that time, Xiaoyao also taught Xiaoyao martial arts. Of course, later on, Xiaoyao's strength greatly increased and he had long surpassed Elder Wendao. However, he respected Elder Wendao very much. You're back. Lin Ling smiled as if he had seen his family. Ha, little Li. Surprisingly, Elder Wendao threw away the shower head and pounced on Lin Ling. Then she hugged Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. Elder Wendao was like this in the past, and she was still like this now. Her temper was like an old urchin. Yo, you're still so handsome in this life. Your chest, your hands, the more Elder Wendao touches them, the more I like them. Elder Wendao. Although Elder Wendao was sad for a long time after knowing that you had fallen, Elder Wendao knew that you would definitely come back because you're not a fool. You must have a backup plan. Elder Wendao. It's good that you're back. Starting from the beginning, you'll go even further than Li Xiaoyao. Elder Wendao. Elder Wendao stroked Lin Ling and said with a smile. Elder Wendao, can you stop touching me? Elder Wendao. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you back to find the treasures you left behind in the past? Elder Wendao looked at Lin Ling seriously. One had to admit that Xiaoyao was extremely smart in the past. Before he had left behind a large number of treasures. However, the location of the treasures was a secret that only Elder Wendao knew. That was because the treasures were not fixed in one place. They could change locations at any time and move according to the feng shui of the 5 peaks. Thank you, Elder Wendao. Elder Wendao. Lin Ling quickly bowed. In this world, the only person he could not see through was Granny Wendao. Furthermore, even though he was stronger than Granny Wendao in the past, he sometimes had the misconception that Granny Wendao was actually stronger than he had imagined. He even suspected that Granny Wendao had been to the martial god realm. Everything has a cause and effect. What was left behind in the past is the cause, and today is the effect. Little Li, remember, everyone's martial path is full of twists and turns. Perhaps, Li Xiaoyao's fall was one of those twists and turns. Only by stepping over these waves can you rise again. Elder Wendao looked at Lin Ling seriously, her words carrying a deeper meaning. Chapter 2040. The young master of the Northern Immortal Royal Family Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Grandma was as mysterious as ever. I'll help you find the treasure first. After I find it, you have to chat with Grandma for 3 days and 3 nights. Let Grandma take a good look at you. Grandma Wen changed her previous seriousness and immediately said with a smile. Her smile was a bit like a female pervert. Lin Ling was speechless. Clear heaven and earth, wind generates water vapor, heaven and earth stem and branch, qi-seeking feng shui formula. At the same time, Grandma Wendao's voice floated out. Instantly, a vast land appeared in the sky of the 10th floor. There were mountains, rivers, winds, and clouds. One could even faintly see the direction of the feng shui deep underground. Little Li, everything in the world has its own rules. Feng shui is also one of the great Das. In ancient times, there was a saying that the father is buried in a blessed land and the son is born into an emperor. That is because the burial above feng shui conforms to the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, you will be able to learn the Tao of feng shui better. You will be able to find ancient treasures in the 5 great mountains and rivers. You will also be able to defy the heavens and change your fate to obtain the great law of feng shui. The ethereal voice echoed out from time to time, causing Lin Ling to nod. While he was watching, Yu and the others on the 9th floor had become much stronger. After a moment of boredom, they left through the stairs. Wait! Primeval Beginnings said at this moment. What? Are you trying to stop us? And you? Said coldly. Hearing this, Yuanshi smiled bitterly. He was also a desolation child and was loved by women everywhere. However, at this moment, the 2 girls were very cold to him. Your strength has already entered the ranks of desolation's children. I can't stop you. I just want to remind you that there are people who are stronger than you in Saint's big domain. If they know that you are Lin Ling's woman, I'm afraid they will attack you. Yuanshi said. Thank you for your reminder. However, you are also from one of the 4 great immortal royal families. Therefore, how do we know if you have good intentions? Furthermore, the people who know Lin Ling's identity are also only the martial artists on this floor. Therefore, if others want to make a move against Lin Ling, it will definitely come from you all. And Yuer said. Hearing this, Yuanshi smiled bitterly. And Yuer ignored him and left with Yu. This was because they didn't know how long Lin Ling would take to meet Grandma Wendao. Therefore, they planned to wait for Lin Ling in Crystal City. After all, as girls, they also wanted to buy some things for their families. Crystal City was like a city that never sleeps. It was always so lively. Yu and the others watched as they walked. Of course, they were also secretly extremely vigilant. However, what they did not expect was that sometimes, the trouble did not come from Lin Ling, but from their own radiance. TSK, these two girls are not bad. I've been in Crystal City for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such beauties. On the street, several figures stopped Yu and the others. Among them, a thin and weak young man stared at Yu and the other girl with a smile. This person's face was pale like a woman's. Clearly, he was too lecherous and evil, causing his chi and blood to be poor. Hee, you two beauties, it's your fortune to have caught the eye of young Master Bei. Come back with us. The guard beside the young man was also well-liked and immediately stepped forward. Get lost. And Yuer frowned and immediately shouted angrily. She had not experienced such a thing in a long time. Because in the sacred rainforest, everyone knew their identity, so no one dared to flirt with them. Yo, ice beauties. Not bad, I like them. The other one is very pure. This young master likes this kind of little girl even more. Not only was the young man not angry, he even stroked his chin and said. The surrounding crowd was silent. That was Bei Nan, the 9th son of the North Celestial Emperor. Although he was not strong, the background behind him was not to be underestimated. Bei Nan's talent in martial arts was average, so he was used to being a playboy. Everyone in Crystal City knew him. Most importantly, this person was very lecherous. If he had his eyes on a girl, he would get it no matter what. It was said that he even dared to flirt with a girl from the Yuanshe royal family. In the past, he was almost killed because of this. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. However, Inuere was not a naive flower. Therefore, not only was she not afraid, but her aura became even colder. So fierce, such breaths. I haven't even said anything, and you're already so arrogant? Interesting, very interesting. Men, take them away. Bei Nan sneered and waved his hand. Swoosh. However, just as his guards moved, Yu moved. A 5-colored light appeared and formed a halo. Within it, a fair hand gently slapped out. Boom. One of the guards turned into crystal fragments and disappeared in an instant. Extreme Northern Ice Realm. Inuere also let out a low roar. Her terrifying soul power, accompanied by frost, froze the ground. The remaining guards turned into ice sculptures and their souls were shattered. What? Bei Nan was stunned. These two girls were so strong? The crowd on the street gasped. They had thought that a tragedy would happen, but who knew that young Master Bei Nan's men would be wiped out? Speaking of which, we've seen many people flirt with girls in public. However, this is the first time I've seen someone as useless as you. Inuere and Yu slowly walked towards Bei Nan. They had been trained by Lin Ling and were already used to killing people. You, what do you want to do? Bei Nan was indeed a strong person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Of course, we're going to kill you. Yu smiled as if she was talking about something very normal. Do you know who I am? Bei Nan's teeth were chattering. Moreover, his pants were instantly wet and the smell of urine drifted out. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Bei Nan wanted to snatch the girls on the street with his current state? What a disgrace. However, the strength of the two girls was also very mysterious. They were clearly not ordinary people. Useless. And Inuere frowned. She had never seen such a useless man. I'm useless, a big useless man. Beauties, please spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything. Bei Nan quickly got up and kowtowed. What a spineless man. Sister Inuere, let's go. Yu looked at Bei Nan with disgust. She did not intend to attack him anymore. However, Inuere was not as kind as Yu. If they were too weak, they would have been the ones to suffer. Moreover, over the years, Bei Nan must have defiled many girls. Lick your own urine back. That way you won't have to die. And Yuer said calmly, Lick my own urine? Bei Nan's eyes narrowed. If he really did that, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom would be utterly disgraced. You can refuse, but you'll die. And Yuer shouted. Her cold demeanor reminded him of Lin Ling's imposing manner. I'll lick it. Bei Nan immediately lay on the ground and licked his own urine like a dog. This young master of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has no dignity at all. Serves him right. How can his feet not get wet if he walks by the river all the time? He's finally kicked an iron plate. 2 heroines, well done. Why don't we ask the restaurant to bring out some feces and urine for young Master Bei to eat before he leaves? The crowd started to jeer. Apparently, Bei Nan's reputation was terrible. Chapter 2041. The Sinister Northern Mammy. How dare you make us, the people of the North Celestial Royal Family, drink urine? However, at this moment, a crafty and harsh voice drifted over. An old woman leaned on a cane while coughing as she walked over. Her back was hunched, and her steps were unsteady as if she would die at any moment. Moreover, her face that was covered in wrinkles was extremely gloomy. Northern Mama? Bei Nan turned to look at the old man and was immediately shocked. Bei Mama, could it be that person? The crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, they had heard of the old woman's name. Although she was old, her insidiousness was extremely famous in Crystal City. Most importantly, this person's strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that he was only inferior to the 4 human immortal realm giants. Young Master Bei, you're really a piece of trash. You're not good at martial arts, and the old master will give you whatever you want. You can live a happy life. Our Northern Immortal Royal Family can afford to raise a piece of trash like you. However, it's not a small matter if you embarrass the royal family. The Northern Granny's voice was sharp, like the cry of a nighthawk. North Mama, please spare my life. It's not that I'm useless, it's just that those 2 ladies are too strong. Some of my guards are in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, but they're not their match. Bei Nan kept kowtowing. He seemed to be very afraid of North Mama. Really? The North Mammy said in a strange tone as she stared at Yu and the other girl. Yu and the others felt as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake. The old woman's strength was terrifying. She had probably reached the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Yes, absolutely. Bei Nan would never dare to lie to you. Bei Nan said. You wouldn't dare to lie to me. The North Granny nodded. Her words made Bei Nan smile, thinking that he had escaped a disaster. But soon, the North Granny's voice floated out. However, drinking urine on the street is a disgrace to the North Immortal Royal Family. This is not a light crime. With that, she stretched out her skinny hand and grabbed Bei Nan's left arm. Northern Immortal Blood Corrosion. Bei Nan's body twitched as he begged for mercy. His left arm had turned into a pile of flesh. The Northern deity eats flesh. His hand grabbed Bei Nan's right arm, and in an instant his right arm was reduced to a pile of bones. Northern Immortal Shirgu. Bei Nan slammed his palm on his spine, and all of a sudden, all of his bones melted away, rendering him a cripple. The whole street was filled with Bei Nan's miserable cries, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. What a cruel method. Bei Mama, spare me. Bei Nan struggled to speak. Northern Immortal Soul Devouring. However, the old woman stretched out her hand and grabbed Bei Nan's head. Instantly, Bei Nan's face twisted and became ferocious. When the old woman released her hand, Bei Nan fell to the ground and became an idiot. Seeing this, the people on the street all had goosebumps. The North Mammy was so scary. Bring her back and take good care of her, don't neglect her. Bei Mama said sharply. Then, someone took Bei Nan away. However, he had already become an idiot, and he couldn't be any more crippled. What kind of life could he enjoy if he brought him back? Girls, it's your turn. The North Mammy glared coldly at Yu and the others as she reached out her hand to grab them. Seeing this, Yu and the others immediately burst out with their full strength. The terrifying power of laws reached more than 10,000. Not bad. You have reached the martial emperor realm at such a young age. The North Mammy nodded. Her withered hands still reached out, but when it collided with Yu and the other's power of laws, her expression changed instantly. This was because she sensed that Yu and the other's power of laws was very strong. One of their laws was comparable to 3 of the others. TSK, I didn't expect to meet 2 excellent geniuses here. This is great, this is great. If these 2 girls are trained, they can represent me in the Prodigy tournament in a year's time. The North Mammy was delighted. Are you willing to be my disciples? No. Not interested. No. No. Yu and the others frowned. How can such excellent talents be wasted? The only way is to become my disciples. You don't have the chance to refuse. North Immortal God Fallen World. Yes. The North Mammy was not surprised by the 2 girls' rejection. She simply burst out with a terrifying power of laws. Her talent was not as good as Yu and the others, but her cultivation level was higher. Once the power of laws was released, heaven and earth were like withered hands that suddenly grabbed Yu and the others, making them unable to fight back. Take them away. Seeing this, the North Mammy immediately smiled. Yu and the others could not resist, and could only be taken away by force. TSK, I didn't expect the harvest to be so good. Such seedlings, other than me, who else can train them? When I devour their souls, they will listen to my orders forever. The North Mammy left with her walking stick, looking very happy. Beside her, someone said, Mammy, these 2 girls' talents are terrifying. I'm afraid they have some background. What are you afraid of? Crystal City is our world. Even if the giants of the human world come, we won't be afraid of them. The few of them quickly disappeared, leaving the crowd on the street stunned. At this moment, on the 10th floor of the Dao-Seeking Tower, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In his mind, the 5 great mountains were right in front of his eyes. He was surprised to find that through Dao-Seeking Granny's Qi-Seeking Feng Shui technique, his eye of time could see the entire world. For example, he could see what was happening in the demon realm. He could see the ghost realm. He could even see the nation of God. This was a terrifying ability. Shaoli, I asked you to learn this technique last time, but you refused. Now you know the benefits. Dao-Seeking Granny stared at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny. Lin Ling quickly bowed. Right now, the Genesis battle will decide the fate of the world. Little Li Zi will definitely rule the world. However, Little Li Zi is going to participate in the Heavenly Pride competition. Therefore, Little Li Zi must obtain the treasures of the Saint's grand domain. Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny said, The treasure has been found. Every dog has its day. It's now in the territory of the Divine Marquis Palace. It's in that place? Hearing this, Lin Ling's face changed. The Divine Marquis Palace had a grudge with him. It would be troublesome to get the treasure there. The law of heaven and earth is like this. If you want something, you have to pay a price. So, you should think of a way to get the treasure. Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny smiled. Granny, are you not going to help? Lin Ling asked tentatively. Although Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny's strength was not high, it was only on the surface. After all, even Li Xiaoyao had not seen Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny use her full strength. You know my character. I won't help you with this kind of thing. At most, I will remind you that your 2 little wives have been taken away by the royal family of the North Immortal. Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny said. Then, she waved her right hand and displayed what happened on the street. Royal family of the North Immortal? Lin Ling's brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 2042. Looking for partners. Lin Ling shook his head. It's too far. Moreover, what kind of master would take the initiative to look for his disciple for help? If that's the case, I don't want to be a master anymore. Moreover, Grandma said that if you want something, you have to pay the price. So, I believe that there's nothing in this world that I, Lin Ling, can't do. That's good. Go and save them immediately. It'll be bad if you're late, Grandma Wendao said. Lin Ling immediately left. When he reached the 9th floor, Yuan Shizi walked over and said, Lin Ling, we're both sons of Huang. So, when your wife left, I reminded them. Now, you should go and find them immediately. If something happens, it'll be troublesome. Lin Ling looked at Yuan Shizi in surprise, but he shook his head and said, There's already trouble. He felt that Yuan Shizi's temper was not bad, so he told him about what happened to Yu and the others. This is troublesome. After all, Crystal City is the territory of the 4 immortal royal families. We, the Yuanshi royal family, can't cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, we'll definitely help you. Yuan Shizi shook his head. Lin Ling and the Yuanshi royal family had no enmity, so he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to befriend Lin Ling. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Suddenly he said, Are you interested in cooperating? I know a place with treasures, but I can't leave alone. So, if you cooperate with me, you can get 10% of the treasures. If even you, Lin Ling, are interested in treasures, then the treasures must be precious. I'm interested, but for now, you should save your wife first. Yuan Shizi said. Saving them isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to get the treasures. Are you cooperating now? Lin Ling asked. Hearing this, Yuan Shizi fell into deep thought. Normally, he shouldn't cooperate with Lin Ling because Lin Ling offended the Northern Immortal Royal Family and the Divine Marquis abode. Their combined strength wasn't something he could resist. But looking at the big picture, Lin Ling's favor couldn't be missed. After all, Lin Ling was a legend in the human realm. Although he didn't have any power in Crystal City, he was an existence in the human realm. Okay, I promise you. After making his decision, Yuan Shizi immediately nodded. Let's go. Lin Ling brought him out of the Dao Seeking Tower and walked along the main street. His eye of time appeared and he actually saw through the entire Crystal City. This Qi Seeking Feng Shui Qi Feng Shui Feng is. Lin Ling was shocked. Then he smiled. He saw 2 familiar faces. Come with me. The 18 islands of the spirit tribe were above the chaotic demon sea, so it wasn't far from the great saint realm. It's you, Lin Ling? When the spirit tribe crown prince saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it seemed like Lin Ling was here to look for them. This is the spirit tribe crown prince of the desolate children? Yuan Shizi was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to know so many experts. I'm here to look for you. Lin Ling sat down at the table. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, inviting the spirit tribe crown prince to cooperate. It was obviously difficult to get the treasures from the Divine Marquis abode because there were many experts in the Divine Marquis abode. Lin Ling couldn't stop all of them. Moreover, the Northern Immortal Royal Family was also eyeing them. Therefore, he needed a partner. Even without the treasures, I'll help you. Tell me, what do you want? Even if my brother doesn't help you, I'll help you. Surprisingly, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince and Black Feather Princess agreed immediately. That's good. Now, I need to save my wife and then decide on the next step of the plan. Lin Ling immediately smiled. Fortunately, his eye of time had improved again. Therefore, he could find Yu and the others in the vast Northern Immortal Royal Family. The situation is not good for us if the Northern Immortal Royal Family attacks. Therefore, we have to act secretly. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Even if they sent out a small saint, they wouldn't be able to stop 2 human immortal giants. Therefore, it was best to act secretly. It would be even better if they could stir up the situation in Crystal City. Then what should I do? I don't know why, but I'm very excited. Yuan Shizi came over and rubbed his hands. Looking at Yuan Shizi's excited look, Lin Ling was speechless. Yuan Shizi was a guy who looked cold on the surface but was secretly passionate on the inside. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. Then, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. What made them speechless was that other than Yuan Shizi, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince also seemed to be very excited. This group of guys wanted to see the world in chaos. After the plan was roughly explained, everyone left and went to carry it out excitedly. At night, Crystal City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling wore a mask and walked alone. The streets around him were filled with discussions from time to time. However, Lin Ling ignored all of them. His eye of time was looking ahead. In fact, he was also looking at the entire Crystal City. Ghost Tribe? And it seems to be the son of the Ghost King? Interesting, this boundary city is getting more and more lively. There are also sons of Demon Tribe experts over there. Could it be that these fellows are here because of my treasure? But that's not very likely. No one should know where my treasure is. A storm is brewing in Crystal City. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Suddenly, more plans appeared in his mind, which made him laugh. The Northern Immortal Royal Family was located in the north of Crystal City. It occupied a vast area and was divided into the main family and the branch family. The security here was as strict as the Imperial City. Moreover, there were many martial emperor experts hidden here. On top of a mountain, Lin Ling looked down at the buildings below. If he were to force his way into that place, it would definitely be troublesome. Then, Lin Ling disappeared on the spot. Using the Eye of Time, he entered the Northern Immortal Royal Family like a ghost. This place was like a maze. It was obviously difficult to find Yu and the others. However, it was not a problem for Lin Ling. After spending an hour, Lin Ling finally saw Yu and the others. Then, he continued to move forward. At this moment, in a basement of the Northern Immortal Royal Family, there was a green boundary array. 2 women were standing in the array. They were Yu and the others. Sister Yu, what should we do? That old witch is very powerful and she hid us. I'm afraid that Brother Ling won't be able to find us. Yes. Even if we find them, it will be very difficult to take them away from the Northern Immortal Royal Family. Yes. Yu and the others whispered. Their faces were full of uneasiness. They were afraid that they would implicate Lin Ling. Stop dreaming. No matter where you come from, once you enter the Northern Immortal Royal Family, you will never be able to leave, even if you are a giant of the human realm. Crystal City is the territory of the 4 human immortal royal families. No one is allowed to behave atrociously here. The guards said indifferently. If the 2 beauties were not the Northern Granny's people, they would have attacked them immediately because the 2 women were too beautiful. Unfortunately, we can only look and not touch them. I heard that the Northern Granny wants to devour their souls. If the Northern Granny is in a good mood, she might reward us with these 2 women. Yes, the Northern Granny only cares about their talents. Even if these 2 women accompany us for a night, we can die in peace. Chapter 2043. Battle of the Dragons and Tigers. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the basement, causing the faces of the guards to change. Could it be that the North Mama had returned? You're not even allowed to look at my woman, let alone have any thoughts about her. However, to their surprise, the person who entered the basement was a handsome young man. This person was wearing a blue and white robe and a mask. He looked extremely mysterious. Who are you? The guards furrowed their brows as if they were facing a great enemy. This was the North Granny's secret chamber. How did this young man find this place? The one who wants your lives. The person who came was Lin Ling. Then he swung his sword and instantly beheaded a few guards, leaving only 1 person alive. The North Celestial Emperor doesn't have the final say in Crystal City. As for the remaining person, Lin Ling didn't kill him. Instead, he crippled him with a punch. Then, he arrived in front of the green barrier. His hands moved rapidly, breaking the barrier. Brother Ling. Yu and the others were extremely surprised. They never thought that Lin Ling would find this place. Let's leave first. Lin Ling didn't explain anything and just smiled. He glanced around the basement and found that there were many treasures. He might as well plunder them all and wrote a few words on the wall before he left. Heroes of the Lulin are elusive, robbing the rich to help the poor. Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw those words. Was Lin Ling treating the North Celestial Royal Family as his own backyard? However, Lin Ling hurriedly took them away. 15 minutes after Lin Ling left, a figure appeared in the basement. She was holding onto a walking stick and coughing as she walked. It was the North Granny. However, when she entered, the mess in the basement made her so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her people were all dead. The barrier she had set up had been broken. Most importantly, the treasures she had collected over the years had all been plundered. As for the 2 disciples she had snatched back, they had disappeared without a trace. Who is it? The Northern Granny's old face turned malevolent. This was the first time in her life that she had been so angry. Nanny. At this moment, one of the guards who was still alive spoke with great difficulty. You're still alive? The North Granny stretched out her right hand and grabbed the guard's head. She then searched his soul and saw a mysterious masked man. It was this man who had saved you and the others. She looked at the wall again and spat out another mouthful of blood. The heroes of the forest were elusive, and they robbed the rich to help the poor. Such words were undoubtedly very ironic. Did she think that she, Bay Mama, was the landlord? This person said that Crystal City is not the North Deity Emperor's world. The only people who dare to say that are the 3 immortal royal families. Moreover, he said that the 2 women were his women. Since he dared to speak in such a domineering manner, he must be one of the 3 human immortal royal families. Hero of the forest? Could it be an archer from the divine constabulary? They are indeed elusive. Very well, Divine Marquis Manor, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has never interfered with your business, but you've taken the initiative to attack. The North Granny smashed her walking stick on the ground. She was furious. The 2 women's talents were terrifying. They could decide the Genesis battle, so the Divine Marquis Manor would definitely not miss it. Moreover, the whole street saw what happened today, so the Divine Marquis Manor might have heard about it too. I must inform the North Deity Emperor about this. She immediately left the basement. Almost at the same time, in the vast Crystal City, the Divine Marquis Manor's marketplace was also plundered today. Those marketplaces mainly sold natural treasures. Or you? How dare you? The experts in the market were extremely surprised. There were actually people who dared to provoke the Divine Marquis Manor in Crystal City? Dare? You came to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to rob people, why don't you say that you're brave? Brothers, let's rob them. There were only 3 people, but they were extremely powerful. Even the ordinary 10th degree Wu Sheng was no match for them. Royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom, you've gone too far. The experts in the market were furious. They had never interfered with the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Today, the veil was finally broken? Hero of the forest? Elusive and elusive? What a joke. After the 3 of them robbed, they left words on the wall and disappeared without a trace. The 3 of them were Yuan Shi and the others. Moreover, they were extremely agitated at this moment. In just half an hour, the other market was robbed again. In just one night, there were more than 10 markets that were robbed. The losses were heavy. When the news spread to the Divine Marquis Manor, the entire Divine Marquis Manor was furious. A mysterious dragon that shows its head but not its tail? What is the meaning of this? Do you think the Divine Marquis Manor is a pushover? This is too much. The Divine Marquis's face was extremely cold. He was so angry that he broke more than 10 teacups. My lord, this is a little strange. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has always treated us with respect. It's impossible for them to attack us. I suspect that someone is trying to take advantage of the situation. You mean the royal family of the Infinite Celestial Kingdom? Very likely. Whether this is the case or not, it depends on how the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom explains it to us. If their attitude is good and they clarify the facts, then someone is indeed trying to take advantage of the situation. The Divine Marquis's eyes darkened. The same thing happened to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the North Celestial King smashed the teacup in his hand. He was so angry that he paced back and forth in the living room. My lord, those 2 girls have the legendary Shen body. If I devour their souls, Those two girls could represent the future of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. However, the Divine Marquis Manor is too much. They broke into our manor, stole the girls, and even left a message. The North Granny lowered her head and said, "Divine Marquis, do you really want to force us to break off our relationship?" The North Celestial King's face became even colder. Anyone would be furious if two seedlings were snatched away out of the blue. Not only that, the Divine Constabulary even dared to leave such an arrogant message? This was an insult to their dignity. "My lord, the people of the Divine Marquis Manor are here to see you." At this moment, a guard reported. "Let him in." The North Celestial King suppressed his anger. The people of the Divine Marquis Manor came at the right time. This meant that they must have something to do with the kidnapping. Therefore, he wanted to see how the people of the Divine Marquis Manor would explain it to him. A middle-aged man strode in with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin high and looked extremely noble. Seeing this, the North Celestial King's suppressed anger boiled again. How dare they be so arrogant after stealing their girls? The middle-aged man stared at the North Celestial King and was also secretly angry. The North Celestial King had robbed their market. Now that he came personally, the North Celestial King did not welcome him? This attitude was too bad. Don't you think you should say something to apologize? Or should I say that this is all a misunderstanding? The middle-aged man immediately said coldly, "Apologize? Misunderstanding." The North Celestial King could not hold it in anymore. They came to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to steal their girls and even left a message arrogantly. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom wanted to ask for an explanation, but the other party wanted them to apologize? Was there such a logic in this world? He took a step forward, grabbed the middle-aged man, and gave him a dozen slaps. Chapter 2044. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Pa. If it wasn't for the fact that the North Celestial Emperor still wanted that middle-aged man to go back and report the news, he would have already killed him. The middle-aged man was stunned. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had robbed their market. He had come here today to ask for an explanation, but in the end, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had beaten him directly, especially in the face. This was simply going too far. "North Deity Emperor, you're shameless!" The middle-aged man roared. Don't think that Crystal City was dominated by the Northern Immortal royal family. Their Divine Marquis Manor was not a pushover either. Tell Shinho Z whatever tricks he wants to play, go ahead, this matter is not over yet. The North Deity Emperor slapped the middle-aged man out of the hall and disappeared into the distance like a shooting star. The middle-aged man spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood, but he was furious. After he returned to the Divine Marquis Mansion with serious injuries, he exaggerated the story. Without a doubt, the Divine Marquis Mansion was furious. Because the Divine Constabulary had already given him face by personally coming to ask for an explanation, but in the end, they were slapped in the face? All right, my Divine Constabulary will play with you. This was the first time Shinho Z was so angry in his life. It was also the first time he met such an unreasonable person. He wanted to see why the royal family was so arrogant. Without a doubt, from tonight onwards, Crystal City would be in complete chaos. The terrifying atmosphere of a storm made everyone in the city feel as if they were facing a great enemy. However, this storm was still too small for Lin Ling's group. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others towards the ghost young master and the son of the devil expert. They were all wearing masks to hide their identities, making it impossible for others to see through them. As for this move, it was to make the waters of Crystal City even more chaotic. This way, Lin Ling would be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain the treasures hidden in the Divine Marquis Mansion. Who are you and why did you kill us? Those young masters of the ghost race had come here in a low-key manner, but they did not expect that their identities would be seen through by the strong practitioners. In fact, they were also very depressed. They had just arrived in the human world, so they were traveling everywhere. However, they met the Grim Reaper in Crystal City. You're here to steal the treasures I hid in the North Immortal royal family, right? Dream on. Lin Ling said with his mask on. With a slash of his sword, the young master from the ghost race turned into smoke and disappeared from the earth. I won't let you off. This young master of the ghost clan clearly had some background. Although he was killed, he did not die. It was as if he was a soul. I'm waiting for you not to let me go. A smile appeared under Lin Ling's mask, and he left in a carefree manner. After that, he'd gone to kill the son of an expert from the devil race. Obviously, such actions had completely infuriated the devil race and ghost race. Although the demon race experts were also doubtful about Lin Ling's origins, only the 4 immortal imperial clans dared to be so bold in Crystal City. Therefore, they somewhat trusted Lin Ling's words. Most importantly, they heard the word, treasure. Could it be that the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had found the treasure left behind by some powerful cultivator and had decided to kill all the unnecessary people in order to eliminate the competitors? In an instant, the ghost race and demon race were both enraged and tempted. Many experts rushed towards Crystal City. This caused the water in Crystal City to become even more chaotic. A huge storm was brewing. The demon race and ghost race had a huge army. Moreover, in Crystal City, there were rumors that a treasure had appeared in Crystal City. All of a sudden, the experts of the godly kingdom became restless as well. This is great. Right now, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has become the focus. No matter how they try to hide it, I'm afraid no one will believe them. Treasures move people's hearts. The demon race and ghost race experts will definitely use the fact that their own people were killed as an excuse to force the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Lin Ling, we've made such a big fuss. Now that we've accomplished our goal, what should we do next? In an inn, Yuanshi Zi and the crown prince of the spirit race looked at Lin Ling and asked, "The water is starting to get messy. Let's start to fish in troubled waters. The goal of this trip is the treasures of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Once the worldly immortal giant leaves, we will start to move." Lin Ling said calmly. Divine Marquis Palace. Yuanshi Zi and the others' hearts skipped a beat. If it wasn't for Lin Ling messing up their plans, it would be impossible to get the treasure there. Lin Ling's name was Mad God. However, he was not as reckless as they thought. In fact, he was extremely smart. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling toyed with the wine glass in his hand as he looked into the distance through the window. At this moment, in the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom, a large number of experts had gathered in the main hall. They were all looking at the North Celestial King. The North Celestial King's face was still filled with anger. In fact, he still did not understand why the Divine Marquis Palace would provoke him. Moreover, he had already given them face by not going to the Divine Marquis Palace to ask for the girls. Who knew that the people from the Divine Marquis Palace would be so shameless? Master, why don't I go to the Divine Marquis Palace to ask for the reason? The North Granny said respectfully. She felt that ever since the 2 girls were captured, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had been in bad luck. All right, you can go ask the Divine Marquis. The North Celestial King nodded. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to break off relations with the Divine Marquis Palace. The North Granny left immediately while the other experts spoke. My lord, something is wrong with Crystal City. It seems like many experts from the demon race and ghost race have appeared. I heard that they are looking for some treasure. They are really fucking messing around. Hearing that, the North Celestial King frowned even more. Unlucky things were happening one after another. Boom. However, at this moment, the entire royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom was in an uproar. The North Celestial King's expression changed as he rushed out of the main hall. In the sky, a huge arrow was shot over. It pierced through a large number of buildings and destroyed half of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. An arrow? Isn't that the symbol of the Divine Marquis Palace? Old Devil Marquis, you are courting death. The North Celestial King was furious. He had already guessed who that person was. Old North Celestial, You have some guts. How dare you touch my territory? In the sky, a man in a black robe appeared. It was the divine Marquis. I haven't even said that you have guts. How dare you say that I have guts? Do you think that there is no one in the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom? Let's fight. The North Celestial King's beard was fluttering. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky. A terrifying power of law erupted. Right now, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom was being destroyed. This was witnessed by the entire city. If he did not do anything, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom would lose face. The experts of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom also rushed out. Mysterious dragon's whereabouts? What an arrogant message. I would like to see what kind of divine dragon you are. Fuck you. Robbing the rich to help the poor. You are the first to rob people with such a good reason. Let's fight. The experts of the Divine Marquis Palace also moved out. Today, they must not lose face. Otherwise, if others were to rob their market, the Divine Marquis Palace would not be able to stay in Crystal City. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying battle broke out in the north of Crystal City, shocking the entire city. As for the Yuanshu royal family and the two giants of the immortal race, they were watching the show with smiles on their faces. Divine Marquis, you fucking sneak attack? Chapter 2045. Treasure in hand. This is the consequence of offending my divine Lord Manor. Let me tell you, if you don't apologize today, I will shoot you until you have no face to see anyone. In the distance, Shenho Zi smiled faintly with an indescribable pride. Suppressing the North Deity Emperor in front of the entire city was also a supreme honor. Apologize? The North Deity Emperor was so angry that he almost vomited bile. What did they do wrong? Two geniuses had been snatched away, yet they still had to apologize? The heavenly island appeared in the sky. The island was like a huge dark cloud that was thrown out by the North Celestial Emperor. Rumble. As the island crashed down, there were countless casualties and screams of agony could be heard. Regardless of whether it was the North Deity Emperor or the people of the Divine Lord Manor, all of them were severely injured. Even Shenho Zi was smashed by the huge island until he vomited blood and his clothes were torn. Motherfucker, how dare you touch me? Thus, the Divine Marquis became even angrier. The two worldly immortal stage giants fought fiercely, and the Crystal City seemed to have been destroyed. In the distance, Lin Ling looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. It's very lively. We should move. With that, he brought Yu Yu and the rest towards the Divine Lord Manor. While they were on the move, the battle at the Royal North Immortal Tribe was already in full swing. The Royal North Immortal Tribe was also completely destroyed. The two human immortal imperial clans' faces were bruised and swollen. They were either dead or injured. The North Celestial Emperor and the Deity Marquis both stopped fighting and panted from afar. However, both of them didn't like each other. North Deity Emperor, do you feel pain now? I know your whole family. Shenho, if you don't give me an explanation today, I, the Northern Deity, will not live under the same sky as you. Hand it over to your mother. You robbed my market for no reason, and I still want you to give me an explanation. The two of them were cursing at each other, but they gradually realized that something was wrong. Don't talk nonsense. When did I loot your market? You, on the other hand, are the one who should give me an explanation for coming to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to steal people. Rob your whole family? Do you think I'm that free? Or is the North Immortal Royal family prettier? I feel like vomiting whenever I see you, let alone going to the North Celestial Royal family to snatch her away. Are you serious? Why would I, the Divine Marquis? Then what the fuck are you fighting for? After the two of them talked, they suddenly felt depressed. After fighting for so long, they didn't seem to have any reason to attack. North Celestial Emperor, are you sure you didn't rob my market? Am I that free? Facing the questioning of the Divine Lord Mansion, the North Deity Emperor suddenly felt like he was being toyed with. Shenho Child was the same, He stood there like a fool. The two of them looked at each other's bruised and swollen faces, then looked at the ground in a sorry state, and suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. What made them even more depressed was that all the cultivators in the city were also talking about it. Why are they fighting? It seems like they don't have any reason to attack. It seems like they have fought for nothing. Pooh. Many people couldn't help but laugh. How could there be such a foolish person? Moreover, this person was a human immortal. The laughter was so loud that the North Immortal Emperor and the North Immortal Emperor wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. Especially the North Immortal Emperor. Not only was he depressed, he was even more aggrieved because his North Immortal royal clan had been destroyed. How unlucky! However, this wasn't the end of it. North Immortal Emperor, shouldn't you give us an explanation for killing the people of the ghost race? I heard that your North Immortal royal clan has a treasure. Are you trying to take it all for yourself? A large number of people from the ghost race and demon race appeared and said coldly, "Who the fuck framed me?" The North Immortal Emperor could no longer hold back his anger. Unlucky things kept happening one after another. Who did he, the North Immortal Emperor, offend? No matter what, you have to give us an explanation today. The expert from the ghost race said cruelly. Today, not only did he have to give an explanation, he also wanted to get the treasure. The demon race emperor also shouted angrily. Fighting again? The North Immortal Emperor was even more depressed. While the battle was going on in the north of Crystal City, the Divine Lord Mansion was extremely quiet. However, at this moment, a few people wearing masks appeared in the mansion. "Who are you?" Someone in the mansion shouted angrily. They could see that these people were very mysterious. Hee, people looking for the treasure. Lin Ling smiled and threw out a punch. All the guards were smashed into the wall, and the wall was sent flying. There were no experts in the Divine Lord Mansion at the moment. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not barge in, he would be too cautious. "Let's go in." After leading the few people into the mansion, Lin Ling used the chi-seeking wind and cloud art to search for the treasure hidden in the ground. Yu and the rest were in charge of blocking the guards. Not long after, Lin Ling finally smiled. He came to a rockery and formed a complicated barrier with both hands. Then, the rockery exploded. Wind and water dragons shot up to the sky. Those were the dragons of Feng Shui. Seeing this, Lin Ling took out the tyrannical song sword and slashed at the ground. Rumble! The ground was cut open like tofu. Gradually, a misty river appeared in the depths. Upon closer inspection, it was not a river, but a large amount of misty qi. Those were the qi of Feng Shui. Around the river, there were a lot of treasures. Although they were old, they were still rich in spiritual qi. Looking at the treasures, Lin Ling smiled. They were the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao. Ah, there really are treasures. That's the hibiscus immortal fruit, a specialty of the saint's great domain. Eating it can give birth to 300 power of law. Heavens, I actually saw it here. That saber looks like a 4-star immortal weapon. Brother Ling, I want that sword. Yu and the rest came to the side of the big hole and looked down excitedly. As for Yuanshi Zi and the rest, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Because there were so many treasures, their entire immortal royal family could not compare. Collect your own treasures and end this quickly. Lin Ling smiled. Without wasting any time, he waved his right hand and a large number of treasures flew into his purple mansion. Moreover, the Yellow Spring Army was equipped with a 3-star immortal weapon. Without a doubt, the Yellow Spring Army's strength had greatly increased. They might be able to fight against the giants of the mortal world. With these treasures, who can beat me in the prodigy competition? Lin Ling's eyes were burning. His purpose in coming to the saint's great domain was accomplished. Everyone quickly collected the treasures and then went to the divine marquee mansion. However, just as they walked out of the door, an old woman descended from the sky and looked at them blankly. It was the North Granny. Why are you all here? Were you really kidnapped by the divine marquee mansion? The North Granny was shocked, extremely shocked. Looking at the sinister old woman, Lin Ling was stunned. However, he smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, the one who kidnapped you and the rest was not the divine Marquis Mansion, it was me." The North Granny was even more shocked. Who is this person? However, what shocked her even more was what happened next. "I'm sorry, the one who robbed the market of the divine Marquis Mansion was also us. Because the divine Marquis Mansion has real treasures, but there are too many experts. It's difficult for us to enter and take them. Therefore, someone had to stop the divine Marquis, and that person was the North Immortal Emperor." Chapter 2046. Yuanshi Royal Family Boom. The Northern Granny looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She then turned her head to look at the battle in the distance and felt extremely terrified. What a deep scheme. He actually made 2 human immortal stage giants run in circles. Are you done being surprised? Can you make way now? I have to hurry back. Lin Ling said indifferently. Good, I've underestimated you. If you have the ability, tell me your name." The North Granny recovered from her shock, but her expression was extremely cold. This was the first time in her life that she had been played like this. "I am Lin Ling." Lin Ling did not hide anything. "It's you. No wonder you're so powerful. However, you're still too inexperienced. You shouldn't have told me everything because you'll never be able to leave this place." Ha! The North Granny suddenly laughed. She laughed so excitedly that she kept coughing. "I've also heard that Crystal City has a treasure, but for so many years, no one has been able to find it. I didn't expect you to find the treasure. What exactly is the treasure?" North Granny walked forward step by step. Because the treasures follow the feng shui, no one knows the exact location. As for what the treasures are, no one knows. However, there should be more than 100,000 3-star immortal weapons. Lin Ling also walked forward slowly. Plop. North Mammy's heart was beating wildly. Such a rich treasure? That's great, it's all hers. Why are you telling me this? Don't you know that this could easily lead to a fatal disaster? Very quickly, the North Granny bared her fangs, her greed and murderous intent overflowing. "Why should I tell you? The reason is very simple. You kidnapped my wife. My wife is my reverse scale, so I want you to die knowing that you can't offend my wife." Lin Ling said coldly. "A very good man. Unfortunately, his life is too short." A terrifying murderous intent exploded from the North Granny's body. However, even though she was fast, Lin Ling wasn't slow either. He stretched out his right hand and a black shadow instantly shot out from his sleeve. It transformed into a bloody mouth and pounced towards the North Granny. "Old witch, your life is mine." The black shadow also unleashed a terrifying law like a black torrent. It was a minor saint. The moment the North Granny saw the minor saint, she immediately sensed the terrifying power of the giant serpent. Lin Ling actually had such a terrifying trump card? You want to eat my wife's soul? You're already dead. Lin Ling held Yu in the other's hands and walked past the North Granny. The North Granny stood there trembling. She was surrounded by a terrifying giant snake. At this moment, she was afraid. She did not expect that she was the cause of all this. However, what that person said next made the North Deity Emperor and the Deity Marquis vomit blood. The North Granny also said that the real treasure is in the Deity Marquis Mansion. This is Lin Ling's plan to lure us away. The North Deity Emperor was already injured. At this moment, his injuries worsened. He spat out a mouthful of blood 100 meters away. The Deity Marquis felt something sweet in his throat again and spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't swallow it anymore and spat it out 100 meters away. After fighting for a long time, they had all fallen into Lin Ling's trap. Not only did the two forces suffer great losses from the battle, but the most important thing was that the legendary treasure was also obtained by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling again. The elites of the demon tribe were stunned. Without a doubt, they roared angrily. They had heard of this Lin Ling several times. Every time he appeared, it would cause an uproar in the demon tribe. What a good plan. It seems like he's also the one who killed the crown prince of the ghost tribe. The experts of the ghost race weren't in a much better state as well, because they'd helped Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the anger of the big shots. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After arriving at the Yuanshe royal family, Lin Ling realized that this place was like an ethereal immortal gate. There were cranes flying in the sky and Qilin walking around. It gave off a celestial feeling. You and the others looked at the surroundings filled with birds and flowers, and they all became happy. Yuanshe Zi continued to introduce everything about the Yuanshe royal family. Of course, the arrival of Lin Ling and the others had also caused a commotion among the younger generation of the Yuanshe royal family. What a beautiful woman! She can be compared to Yuanshe Gyur. Yuanshe Gyur is the #1 genius below senior brother Yuanshe Zi. She's also the daughter of our master. We can only look up to her. Those two women shouldn't be that powerful. Maybe we can get closer to them? Dream on. Don't you see that handsome young man? He's obviously the lover of those two women. Even senior brother Yuanshe seems to respect him very much. Chapter 2047. Yuanshe Guji. It could be seen that Yuanshe Zi's seniority in the Yuanshe royal family was not low. With him around, everyone looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Of course, there was also envy in their eyes. Ha Huang's son, Lin Ling, the legend of the mortal dimension, Lin Ling. I've long since heard of this name, and now that I've met you today, you're indeed a young elite. At this time, a large number of people walked out. The man in the lead was dressed in a white robe. His long hair casually scattered, giving people a feeling of immortality. What was surprising was that he was not old, only in his 30s. This person was none other than the primeval spiritual master. Beside him, a woman in a white muslin dress was also curiously staring at Lin Ling. This woman's temperament was like that of a celestial, and she was a first-rate beauty just like Yu and the others. Greetings, primeval Zhenren. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise, then smiled and bowed. This is too much for me. Yuanshe Zhenren's expression changed. He hurriedly helped Lin Ling up, which made many people gasp. They did not understand why Lin Ling was qualified to be helped by Yuanshe Zhenren himself. You're a legend of the mortal world. Even I have to look up to the three mysterious of the mortal world. So, it's good that we're on the same level. Yuanshe Zhenren laughed, which made many people understand. Then he continued, I've heard about what happened to you. I shouldn't have let you stay, but Lin Ling is after all a legend in the mortal realm. I've heard a lot about you, so I took the liberty to invite Your Excellency Lin Ling to make friends. I hope Your Excellency can forgive me. It is my good fortune to be able to meet primeval Zhenren. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling was also very polite. Next, the primeval spiritual master brought Lin Ling and the others to a mountain peak. There were immortal fruits and immortal wine on the mountain peak. It was like an immortal's home. Looking into the distance, there were fluttering white clouds. It felt as if they could ascend to immortality at any time. Everyone sat down and started conversing with each other. Tomorrow, my primordial immortal peach will ripen. This fruit takes 10,000 years to ripen. Your Excellency Lin Ling has really come at the right time. Yuanshe Zhenren proposed a toast to Lin Ling and said, Gur, come and dance, let's toast for everybody. After chatting for a bit, that woman called Yuanshe Gyur walked out, dancing lightly and gracefully. Under the immortal music, she seemed as light as an immortal. Good. The spiritual race crown prince couldn't help but clap. However, the Black Feather Princess, Yu, and the others narrowed their eyes. Their sharp female intuition told them that the celestial maiden seemed to be very interested in Lin Ling. Yuanshe Zi also noticed this and smiled bitterly. He was not surprised by his junior sister's action. Because his junior sister was proud and arrogant, she only worshipped the top young talents in the world. And Lin Ling was the youngest genius of the human race. Plus, he was handsome. It would be strange if his junior sister was not moved. Young master, or will treat you to a drink. After a round of immortal dance, The primeval bone child floated in front of Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and a cup of wine appeared. From Lin Ling's point of view, Yuanshir's bone was indeed beautiful, like a fairy flying from the heavens. "Thank you." However, before Lin Ling could take the wine, Yuer said with a smile. She took the wine and drank it for Lin Ling. Moreover, Yu sat beside Lin Ling and secretly pinched Lin Ling's thigh. Lin Ling gasped and he could hear Yu's jealous voice. "Who told you to flirt?" He was wronged. Lin Ling felt wronged because he did not do anything. "Hee, young master is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife by your side. This is the wish of all men in the world." At this moment, the primeval bone child saw Yuer's actions. Her eyes dimmed but she quickly smiled and floated back. "Thank you." Yuer immediately replied for Lin Ling and poured wine for Lin Ling. She was extremely obedient. Yu was the same. This undoubtedly made the primeval bone child and the spirit tribe crown prince even more jealous. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. He knew that Yu and the rest did not want to lose to the primeval bone child, so they acted naturally. Of course, Yu and the rest's actions made Lin Ling feel a little proud. "Hee, my daughter has embarrassed herself. However, the tournament of geniuses is getting closer. With your strength, Lin Ling, I'm afraid you'll make a name for yourself again. Moreover, I'm going to participate in the tournament of geniuses. When I meet you, Lin Ling, I hope you'll be merciful to Lin Ling." The primeval bone child did not pay much attention to what had just happened. Instead, he smiled and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The primeval bone child was going to participate in the tournament of geniuses? Hee, Lin Ling, you probably don't know that all legends and giants of the human world can participate in the tournament of geniuses. As long as you get a good ranking, you can participate in the Battle of Genesis in 3 years. The Spirit Tribe Crown Prince said. I see. Lin Ling nodded in realization. It must be a rule added by the giants of the human world. Because the Battle of Genesis would decide the entire world, the giants of the human world naturally did not want to miss the opportunity. Then, Lin Ling looked at the primeval bone child. He did not expect the primeval bone child to be her father. Everyone chatted again. Because they were going to taste the primeval immortal peach tomorrow, Lin Ling and the rest stayed for one more day. As night fell, the primeval bone child became more ethereal. Celestial music drifted in the air, completely different from the chaos in Crystal City. Lin Ling did not cultivate and walked around casually. Even Li Xiaoyao did not have much of an impression of the primeval bone child. Because in the Great Saint Realm, Li Xiaoyao only remembered the divine marquee mansion and the mysterious ancient giant, the Death Arrow Martial God. The Death Arrow Martial God was defeated by Li Xiaoyao in the past. In the end, he was chased to the Great Saint Realm and promised never to step into the human world. Of course, those promises were just a joke. Young master, you are in such a good mood. Now, everyone in the city is looking for you, but you are here drinking wine. You are not afraid even if the sky collapses. You are indeed the mad god Lin Ling. At this time, an ethereal voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the primeval bone child. Hee, I am in the primeval bone child. With the primeval bone child around, what am I afraid of? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Young master, you really know how to talk. The primeval bone child also laughed. Her smile could make 100 flowers dim in comparison. It had to be said that the primeval bone child was indeed a rare beauty in the world. She gave people a feeling that she was boneless. Moreover, she looked as pure as a fairy. However, her figure was extremely good. She was straight where she should be and perky where she should be. However, Lin Ling could be considered to have seen many beauties. Therefore, although he felt that she was beautiful, he would not be moved. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, from the ancient face sect. He rose up by himself and helped his race to stand firm in the chaotic world. He conquered the world in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. After that, he entered the rainforest's sacred land like a dazzling star and finally became the king of the rainforest's sacred land. Moreover, he came to the vast Shenpeng province and became famous in the human world. Now, he is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the various races. The primeval bone child looked into the distance and said. This made Lin Ling shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so familiar with him. Chapter 2048. Framing. Hee, it's already so late. If a man and a woman are alone together, it'll be easy for others to gossip. But at this moment, a jealous voice drifted over. In the distance, Yu and Inuer were strolling over. Greetings, elder sister Yu and elder sister Yuanshi Guer's expression changed as she hurriedly bowed. I don't dare to call you sister. I just hope that you don't do some ugly things behind other people's backs. And Yuer said slyly. She stared at Yuanshi Guer with some evil intentions. Lin Ling immediately smiled bitterly. He wanted to say that there was nothing between him and Yuanshi Gugu, but it seemed that the more he said, the more discredited it was. Elder sister is right. Gu-er knows his mistake. Gu-er will leave immediately. Yuanshi Guer understood the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes were a little moist, but she still bowed. She just wanted to see the person she admired. That was all. This was her dream. She didn't do anything shameful. Take care, I won't see you off. And Yuer appeared very cold. After all, she also knew that Lin Ling was very outstanding and had attracted the admiration of countless women. However, she had to ensure Lin Ling's safety. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be deceived. I'm innocent. After Yuanshi Gugu left, Lin Ling immediately raised his hand and said, I'll be lenient if I confess. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, and Yuer and Yu both burst into laughter. We do believe in you, but sometimes we don't believe in others. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He held the two women's hands and looked at the starry sky in the distance. Yuanshi Jinren was sitting cross-legged in one of the rooms. Sandalwood was burning in the room and it was extremely quiet. A person was kneeling in front of him. It was Yuanshi Zi. Master, you can't. Although Lin Ling and I don't have a deep friendship, how could I harm him? Yuanshi Zi raised his head and said, Lin Ling is my absolute opponent in the tournament of young geniuses. If I don't attack him now, I won't have any chance in the tournament of young geniuses. The same goes for you. Yuanshi Jinren said with his eyes closed. A jug of wine appeared in his hand. Lin Ling is very loyal to his friends. He trusts you now. Give him this wine of Dharma ignition. The wine of burning law, the wine of burning truth, 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 ultimately turning an expert into a cripple? Master, I can't do it. Yuanshi Zi kowtowed. Lin Ling's trump card is very strong. Even I don't dare to casually face that mysterious snake. Otherwise, do you think I would need this wine to harm him? I promise you, if Lin Ling drinks this wine, after he becomes a cripple, I will guarantee his safety for the rest of his life. But if you refuse, your hometown, your parents will all die. Moreover, you are in my Yuanshi royal family. You can see how my master treats you. You have today, it's all because of my master. Think about it yourself. Yuanshi Jinren said lightly. Yuanshi Jinren's body trembled. Thinking of the people in his hometown and his grandmother, he finally picked up the wine pot and turned to leave. He was the disciple of Yuanshi Jinren, so he had no right to refuse. After Yuanshi Jinren left, Yuanshi Jinren finally opened his eyes. Treasure? I heard it was left by Li Xiaoyao. If I can get it, my strength will increase greatly in the tournament of young geniuses. I can also participate in the battle of young geniuses. His eyes were blazing with the light of ambition. The next day, the sun rose from the east, warming the earth. Lin Ling and the others were notified early in the morning. They went to eat the primeval immortal peaches because the immortal peaches at this time were the best. In fact, Lin Ling had no interest in the immortal peaches at all. He stayed for one more day because of Yuanshi Jinren. Everyone once again gathered at the same mountain peak as yesterday. There were tables and chairs there, and the fragrance of peaches wafted out from the top. Several glistening red peaches were placed there. When the primeval spiritual master saw Lin Ling and the others arrive, he personally went to welcome them. TSKSK, I heard that the primordial immortal peach is the #1 peach in the world. Even the island masters of the spirit tribe's 18 islands covet it. I didn't expect us to have the fortune to taste it. Brother, you're taking advantage of Lin Ling. The spirit tribe crown prince and the black feather princess were a little excited. After tasting this peach, they could go back and show off a little. This is the best time to taste this peach. Don't miss it. After inviting Lin Ling and the others to take a seat, the primeval spiritual master smiled faintly and asked Lin Ling and the others to start eating. One had to admit that the primeval immortal peach was indeed delicious. Once it entered one's mouth, one would forget to leave. It smells so good. Yu and the others exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't think much of it because he had tasted even more delicious immortal peaches before. It was just that Li Xiaoyao tasted it back then. As for the spirit tribe crown prince, he was even more exaggerated. Not only did he take a bite, he even licked his fingers and almost licked the core of the peach. His appearance undoubtedly caused everyone to burst into laughter. After laughing, the primeval spiritual master suddenly looked at the primeval spiritual master. Primeval spiritual master, Lin Ling is your close friend. He will be leaving soon. Aren't you going to send him off with a cup of wine? Hearing that, the primeval spiritual master's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. His smile was somewhat sincere. Seeing that, the primeval spiritual master also smiled, but his smile was very forced. Although he and Lin Ling had known each other for a long time, Lin Ling was a person with a true temperament. As long as he was a friend, he would do anything. But now, was he going to frame his friend? Primeval spiritual master, your cultivation is still some distance away from Lin Ling. After Lin Ling leaves, I will guide you well. Don't embarrass me at the genius tournament. At this time, the primeval spiritual master smiled. His words were reminding the primeval spiritual master that as long as he toasted, he would have a meteoric rise in the future. Of course, before you cultivate in seclusion, you should go home and take a look. Don't let your family worry. The primeval spiritual master said again. This sentence was a threat. The primeval spiritual master secretly gritted his teeth. Thinking of his family, he finally took out a pot of wine from the table and poured it for Lin Ling, Yu and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed strangely. He felt that there was something wrong with the primeval spiritual master, but he could not tell what exactly it was. In the end, he chose to believe in his friend. Lin Ling, Yu, and Yuer, the crown prince of the spirit tribe, the princess of Black Feather, it is my blessing to have met all of you in this life. After today, we will meet again in a year. This wine is to send you off. The primeval spiritual master poured the wine and said sincerely to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others stood up, holding the wine cup, and said one after another. They had worked together not long ago. Although the time was short, they could be considered as half-comrades. We will meet again in the Genius Tournament in a year's time. The primeval spiritual master, don't be weaker than me. Lin Ling looked at the primeval spiritual master and said with a tone of challenge. He was not arrogant because he was stronger than the primeval spiritual master. Hearing this, the primeval spiritual master's heart warmed, but various thoughts appeared in his mind. Lin Ling treated him sincerely and treated him as a true friend. How could the primeval spiritual master harm him? Stop, the wine is poisonous. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.